Little PTSD. Yeah.
Testing, test.
Somebody just opened the dam.
We'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Green. Present. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anybody that would like to come forward for oral communication?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Felipe Martinez, record on file. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Porterville Exchange Club. Most of you are new or I have not seen you at our Public Safety Recognition Dinner. That's what I'm bringing to you all. It is for March the 26th. Letters already went out to all the agencies, the same agencies that received an invitation, and they provide police, fire, the year the district attorney and CHP. So we'd love to see you guys there this year. So you can see all your local heroes getting recognized by their independent agencies. It's a great event. It is the Exchange Club's 64th year. I think there's only like one of you up there that was born when we started it. But it's been a while, and like I said, it's a great event and it's great food. For $30, you can't beat. And you get to hang around with a lot of really important people, the recipients. That was one. And my parting words, probably Mr. Green, Councilman Green, thank you for coming to the Exchange Club. For us to know. A couple things for the record. I think it's been a long time since an Exchange Club member has not sat on the dais. There's about 4 or 5 former mayors that belong to the Exchange Club. So if you don't belong to an organization, think about the Exchange Club and we'll keep on going. And staying on former mayors, if you ever looked at the photos up there, you'll see the photo of Mayor Spencer. He was a doctor in town, and people would come up here and they would say, hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm from Springville, wherever they were from, but not the city. And he would sit right there and he goes, excuse me, where are you from? And they would say, I'm from Springville, wherever. And then the mayor, Spencer, would say, okay, get out of there. And it's in the record. If you didn't belong to the city, he didn't let you speak. So, you know, I know like history. So there's a little bit of history right there. I saw your dad today. He was walking kind of slow. He's my age, so you got to tell him to relax, okay? He was coming out of the chiropractor, so you tell him he's got to stand up straight and walk. He was in the Navy, so I know that, you know, he's got to see legs, okay? So, gentlemen, thank you for your willingness to serve our great community. It is a great community, no matter what anybody says. We are kind of related now. Him and I are sort of related because we have a relative in the family. Can I have 30 seconds?
Of course.
Thank you. And so we're kind of related because we sat up there. And so we're going to be related because you'll be called certain names. And I think I've been called before. That's how we're going to be related, okay? So, gentlemen, once again, thank you for your willingness to dodge the names, to have the intuitive of being a better person that makes our community a better person. And my parting words is this. It is all American city. Come on. I know you want to change it.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Is there anyone else? Okay, we'll go on to closed session. Mr. Reidenhauer.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 items tonight on closed session. Item 1, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claims, claimants Angelica Galvez, Hector Galvez, Hervito Galvez, Geronimo Galvez and Roel Galvez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation related to potential easement over APN 255240013 near Reed Avenue, North Main Street. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, 3 cases which is facts not yet known to potential plaintiff. Item 4, Government Code Section 549.6.9D4, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation litigation in 1 case.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading. Okay, so from here, we'll go on to closed session. Thank you. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. Is there anything to report on closed session?
Just one item, Mayor, on item A1 and the claims, the liability claimants, Angelica Galvez, Hector Galvez, Javierto Galvez, Geronimo Calea Galvez, Raul Galvez, on those claims, on a motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Vice Mayor McCurvey, and a 5-0 vote, those claims were rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask that you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Rivas, and remain standing for invocation afterwards.
Pledge. Hey, be seated.
Oh, no. Would anybody like to give an invocation? Yes, I would. Yes. Please come forward.
I like to write my prayers out, if that's okay. Lord God, creator of heaven and earth and the everlasting God, the God in whom we trust. We ask for your divine protection over the city of Porterville. Shield us from harm and keep our streets safe. Grant wisdom and discernment to our city leaders. Let our leaders be just and let them rule by the fear of the Lord. Let a mantle of power rest upon the leaders, for they are the seed of Abraham and the blessings are theirs. Release water in our dry places and streams in the desert, for our city will not dwell in the wilderness, but in a fruitful land. I pray a shield of protection and a hedge of covering and surround our police department, the firefighters, the sheriff department, the CHP officers. For every day they place their lives in a danger zone to serve the needs of our community. So today, Lord, we lift them up and we honor them with our fervent prayers. We pray for our Sheriff Boudreaux, who is a man of God. Establish the work of his hands and open a door of hope in all of the valleys. Bring down every Goliath that tries to operate against his assignments. We lift up those who are struggling in our community, who are experiencing hardship, poverty, or illness. And last but not least, God has chosen this season to acknowledge, to show mercy and concern for the seniors in our community. The book of Proverbs states that God maintains the widow's boundaries and sets the stones in place. Allow our city to be a source of comfort and protection and an awareness to the needs of our seniors and widows. No longer to set their needs to aside, but we pray for an enduring, mutual, beneficial relationship, safe surroundings, and a supportive community. Let us be diligent to answer the call to the agents of change for the glory of God. And I also pray for our city manager, that God would empower him and guide him to make this the best city in the world, the city of light, a safe city, and to meet all of the needs of the community. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Is there anyone else? Please be seated. Well, before we go on, we had a former mayor, Gordon Woods, pass away in November, and I know his daughter, Gail, is your brother here as well? Oh, please come forward. Mix in. Thank you guys for coming tonight. Just wanted to thank you for sharing your father with us. He did great things in our community, like bringing the Heritage Center improvements on Highway 65 and the bridge, and then one of the biggest things is the sports complex to our community. And we were very grateful for his service and time and the sacrifice you guys had with your father doing this for our community. We will be lowering the flag at half-staff from February 7th to February 14th, and that's the city flag in his honor. So I want to thank you guys, and I present a letter of condolence as well. So if we could take a picture.
Absolutely.
If you guys have anything you want to say, you're more than welcome.
I'd just like to appreciate the committee here for recognizing the efforts of our father. We appreciate your due diligence in what you do and what you have to do in situations and things like that that call for this wonderful city of Porterville. He invested a lot of time and effort into making what the city is today, and we appreciate every aspect that you go forward with what has ever been in the history of all mayors and keep persevering for the good of the outcome of this wonderful city, and we thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woods?
Oh, I just wanted to say that my father's life was full of music and business, and he was always had his hands in the city business and things, and I know he did a lot of things for a lot of people. He was a tough man, and he was a kind man, and I know that this city meant a lot to him, so thank you.
And thank you, guys. Let's take a picture, Cam.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay, we have two presentations this evening, the Employee of the Month and recognition of Porterville Fire Department personnel. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Ms. Calderon to present the Employee of the Month, Christina Tank from the Community Development Department.
Thank you. Christina Tank moved, yes, please stand up. Christina Tank moved to Porterville her freshman year of high school, attending Porterville High School, and is a proud Panther. Go Panthers. She started her career with the City of Porterville as an administrative assistant in the Community Development Department in January 2010. In November 2019, her dedication and work ethic earned her a promotion to administrative aide in the Housing Division, where she has successfully executed the first-time homebuyer loan program, the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program, and monitoring of multifamily apartments. Additionally, she serves as a budget chair on the Link Committee and has been successfully co-leading the point-in-time canvassing efforts for the past 5 years. While working as a member of the Housing Division, she continued to expand her knowledge and skills by assisting with grant writing, program budgets, and reports, which gained her the knowledge and experience that led to her promotion to Analyst 1 this past August 2024. In her current position, Christina plays a vital role in ensuring compliance with various federal and state grants, which includes reporting and subrecipient monitoring. Christina continues to show commitment to her job and has recently received accolades from the public and community partners with whom she works with. Partners have communicated that she is a great asset to the organization, and program participants have thanked her for her patience in assisting them through the home buying process and for making it a positive experience. Christina has 3 amazing kids, 2 of which are present today. Kelly, her oldest, is a teacher in Hanford. Christopher, who is in his final year at Porterville College, he's a candidate for an AA degree in engineer. And Ronald, who attends 7th grade at Sequoia Middle School. She is also a proud grandmother to 4-year-old Wesley. We are happy to have her on the city's team and wish her continued growth within the organization. Please join us in celebrating and congratulating Christina Tank as our February 2024 Employee of the Month.
Do we get a speech? Fair enough.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our next presentation will be provided by Chief Cogburn for the Porterville Fire Department Fire Personnel Recognition.
Thank you. If the following members could please come forward. Battalion Chief Chris Bassani, Captain Talon Speck, Acting Engineer Jordan Miranda, Firefighter Richard Medellin, Firefighter Connor Fabing, Acting Captain David Avina, Acting Engineer Alexis Aon, Firefighter Clayton Dignam II, Captain Rudy Aguilar, Engineer Michael Sanchez, Firefighter Austin Gonzalez, and Firefighter Edgar Madrigal. And if you guys could, as I read through here, please raise your hand to acknowledge who you are to the audience. During the month of January, the Porterville Fire Department deployed 12 firefighters to assist with the LA County wildfires, including the Palisades and Eaton fires. Starting with the Eaton fire. Patrol 73 was assigned to the Eaton fire on January 8th through January 23rd. The team consisted of Acting Captain David Avina, Acting Engineer Alexis Aon, Firefighter Clayton Dignam II. Working 24-hour shifts, their responsibilities included conducting tactical patrols to mop up around fire-damaged structures, identifying hazards, addressing unsecured utilities, and collaborating with urban search and rescue teams to locate missing people. Additionally, Battalion Chief Chris Bassani served as a task force leader trainee at the Eaton Fire from January 10th to the 17th. His role involved coordinating a task force to perform tactical patrols and protect critical infrastructure on Mount Wilson. Moving to the Palisades and Beaumont staging. OES Engine 411 was deployed to the Palisades Fire on January 7th. The team consisted of Captain Talon Speck, Engineer Jordan Miranda, Firefighter Richard Medellin, and Firefighter Connor Fabing. Similar to the Eaton Fire team, they worked 24-hour shifts and conducted tactical patrols, assisted residents, and extinguished hotspots around damaged fire structures. After being released from the Palisades Fire, OES 411 was reassigned to Beaumont staging for the preparation of a high potential of new fires. On their first night staging, they responded to a wind-driven lilac fire in San Diego. On January 22nd, the crew from OES 411 finished their 14-day rotation. Since the incidents were still needing fire crews, a crew swap was performed, and a new crew, which included Captain Rudy Aguilar, Engineer Michael Sanchez, Firefighter Austin Gonzalez, and Firefighter Edgar Madrigal, took over. They continued and assisted for several more days. During their shifts, they were on standby to respond to any new fires in the region, as well as potential mudslides from the weather system moving over the burn scars. The crew was leased back to Porterville on January 25th. The Porterville Fire Department's firefighters displayed exceptional dedication and teamwork throughout their assignments. Their deployment highlights their commitment to protecting lives and property during critical wildfire emergencies. Please join me in recognizing them.
Yeah, that would be good.
I guess go back. It's easier. Go back. From around.
You guys ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, got it.
Well, I want to say thank you guys for representing Porterville, and to your families, thank you for making this sacrifice for these individuals to go down and fight the Palisade fires and the fires down south. It's a huge task, right? A fire is a beast. The city knows well what fire can do. So we greatly appreciate you guys. You're part of the club of Porterville's finest. I like calling PDs Porterville's finest, but so are you. Thank you for what you do. Okay. All right, so it's now time for oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearings at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes. And then I also, before people start coming forward, I'd like to give special recognition. I notice the former mayor, Madam Martha Flores, is in the back. Good to see you, ma'am. So this is and we have former Councilman Greg Shelton as well. It's good to see you as well. So if anyone wants to come forward, this is the time.
Greg Shelton, 888 North Williford Drive. I came at the last meeting, we talked about doing a charter review committee. I was actually on council the last time we did a charter review committee, and after listening to the discussion, I had a couple ideas. One, I'm a big fan of inclusion. In Porterville, we have about 60,000 of our people live in the city limits, but on the periphery, we have another 60,000. So what happens is if you limit it to people being in the city limits, then you're missing out on a horrible amount of talent that you could bring in. And so I hope maybe you reconsider that, and possibly someone that either owns property in the city or has a business in the city. That's how we did it before. We get a lot better selection of people to choose from. Just so you don't, and again, this gets to more logistics, just so you don't have snafus with this committee when you form it, maybe the city council picks the chairman, because otherwise it becomes a peacock dance in these committees, and that'll just move it forward. Also, you got 9 members. That means that's what you agreed on. You're going to have 5 for a quorum. Sometimes in these committees, it's hard to get a quorum. Sometimes people think they want to do it, and then they don't want to do it, but they don't resign either. So I was thinking you might want to put 2 alternate members in case somebody either can't, decides they don't want to do it, and you don't have to open it back up and fill it back up. My idea would be to solicit ideas from everybody, from the city council, from staff, from the public, do like a public awareness, even if it's just a minor, just give us a quick thing. No more leash laws, no more fish on Sunday. I don't know what it'll be, but the point is, then what you can do at that point. It was something that Councilman Beltran said. We don't want to have too many ideas, because then what happens is we get mired. So I would suggest that you get as many as you can, and then when you have the council shortlist it to 5 or 10, that's a priority, and I think it would move along. And if it gets done and you want to go back and revisit the list and do a couple more, you could do that. But you don't want to get yourself, too much stuff. All right, after you get these changes done, my advice is that you break them up into smaller packages, not everything. There's 9 amendments. Don't put them in one thing for the voters, because sometimes what happens is you may like 8 of them, but you don't like the 9th one, and so you vote against it, and you throw the baby out with the bathwater. So my advice is as feasible as possible, get it down to where it's something people can digest. Get it done early, because you need to do a public awareness campaign for the public. If you try to rush it and they don't know what it is, then basically they're just going to vote no on it. So I think you get it done. All right. Last thing, strictly a no facial hair policy, because we don't want to look like the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Mark Neely, address on record. Fernando. So that you actually have the truth in front of you of what DEI is and what DEI isn't. Unfortunately, what we have is the DEI candidate in the White House, a tired old white man. The other thing is on item 19, the grant for the baseball. It's just a matter of time before soccer and football come for the handout. You opened a can of worms.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, Mayor Meister, council members, and city staff. I am Dr. Larry Ann Torres, and I reside at 2012 East Waddell Street in Lindsay, California, and I have the privilege of serving as the Porterville Chamber Board Chair-elect this year. And I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening on behalf of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce to share a few member highlights and upcoming events. Our member highlights. In recent weeks, we have welcomed 3 new businesses to the Chamber: Baja Fish and Shrimp Tacos, Kona Ice, and Royal Daughters Community Reach. We are excited to have them join our business community and encourage everyone to support them. Upcoming events. I hope that you'll join us this Friday for a First Friday Coffee. So it's Friday, February 7th at the Galaxy Theaters. This month's event is sponsored by Osteo Strong of Porterville, and it's a great opportunity to network, have some conversation, and learn more about their business. On Tuesday, February 11th, the Chamber will be at the Sequoia Tourism Council booth at the World Ag Expo. So if you're attending, we invite you to stop by and connect with our group. Our next ambassador lunch will be held on Wednesday, February 12th at 12 o'clock p.m. at Jenny Lynn's Cafe. We are pleased to welcome Matthew Bauer from Congressman Vince Fong's office as our guest speaker. And Coffee with the CEO on Wednesday, February 19th at 9 o'clock. We invite you to Stafford's for Coffee with the CEO, and it's a great opportunity to connect with fellow members and engage in discussion with the Chamber's leadership. And Government Affairs Committee meeting will take place on Thursday, February 27th at 12 o'clock p.m. This meeting is open to Chamber members and serves as an important platform for staying informed about new laws and upcoming legislation impacting local businesses. You can attend in person or virtually. And a ribbon cutting that's coming up. We're excited to celebrate the completion of the new buildings at West Putnam Elementary School with a ribbon cutting ceremony on Thursday, February 27th at 1:30 p.m. We encourage everyone to join us for this special occasion. This concludes my updates on behalf of the Chamber. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your ongoing commitment to serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Anybody else like to come forward at this time?
Good evening, council members. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Teresa Gonzalez. I am on file. I reside at Plaza de Santa Fe. I did present an issue in the month of October on Putnam and 3rd. And I know there's a shift, they said, since there's a shift in council. But I want to just tell you a little bit about myself before I start bringing issues up at a later time. I am an ordained minister, and I attend Move of God Ministries with Pastor Garrett. I do have a ministry called the Forgotten Widows Ministry. I started it 3.5 years ago, and it started with bringing in and delivering 5,000 pounds of food to Plaza de Santa Fe. So that was great, but after the hit my knee and kind of killed my car, with all the weight and all that, it was great, but then there came a shift in the ministry. And so at that time, I brought Linda into the ministry, and we really stand in the gap and we make up the hedge for the seniors. And so I began to file papers to Governor Newsom, Congressman Valdeo, to HUD in Washington, and to code enforcement here. And I did have the blessing and the great encouragement from the owner of the building and the CEO. And he told me to keep on doing what I was doing and not to stop. So I'm doing it and I'm not stopping. But I brought forth and filed many issues of neglect on the building that was causing a safety hazard for the seniors and not giving them the good life and the safe, healthy life that they should have. And so I want to say that code enforcement was the great force that really went in with zeal and did a great job and really got projects moving for the benefit of the seniors. So I have a great concern about Putnam and 3rd, and we do appreciate what the police department is doing where they have the speed monitors there. But my apartment faces, and I see the intersection, and I'm really asking for a four-way stop at Putnam and Third, and I'm asking for signs to be put up for the speed limit, senior crossing, and I'm asking for it to be repainted and would really like to have the lights flash when the seniors are crossing. Many seniors do not have cars. They're in wheelchairs, they're on walkers, they're on canes, and even those that are able to walk cannot outrun the cars. And we have a problem with speeders and a lot of hot rodders, and they're not showing any kind of consideration to the seniors. So together, Linda and I, we are one mind and one voice. We work together, and we'll continue to take a stand for the seniors. And so I just wanted to present myself to you so that you know a little bit about who I am and what I stand for.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Gonzalez. Is there anyone at this time?
Hello, I'm Evelinda Medina, and I reside at Plaza de Santa Fe as a live-in care provider for my father. And I am here because I wanted to see if I can get some update, and I know I'm probably not going to get it today, on the speed traps that have been put out from the last city council meeting that I came up before you guys, and providing you guys with the concerns on Putnam and Third with the speeders. So I was hoping that maybe this topic can be brought up at the next city council meeting so I could get some updates, since I didn't get a phone call 2 weeks later from the police department. So I was just bringing this up because I really do want some update, and I'm the spokesperson for the seniors at Plaza de Santa Fe.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. If you leave your information with staff, maybe they could get with you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Steve Flowers. I'm here to represent the First Southern Baptist Church, Porterville. I wanted to bring it to the city council's attention. I've had several different churches reach out to me also, besides ours. A lot of us are having the same problem with our water bill. And I thought it would be something that the city council could look into, find out why churches are being targeted to pay outrageous amounts for monthly fees for water. Our church has about 30 people, sometimes 35 people, just on Sundays. We have a secretary that's there from 9 in the morning till noon, just one. 5 days a week. So our toilets get flushed very few times. We don't use very much water. They empty the trash once a week. And our bills run anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500 a month. That is not acceptable. The average house bill probably does twice as much water as we do, and their bill runs $180 to $200 a month, which is high, but everything's high nowadays, I understand. But I'd just like to have somebody look at it. If it's a Christianity thing or what it is, I think it's shouldn't be going this way. I say, if you had a mega church that has thousands and thousands of people, they might be able to hit those kind of numbers. But what's going on right now, it's like they're trying to put churches out of business, trying to get them to close their doors. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. So I can bring a lot of people down. I have a lot of churches that have the same problem. I told them, let me come out and let them look into it and see what they could find out. And if I could give them some kind of response back, maybe we could just make it easy, because it's not right, that kind of money for a toilet gets flushed 10 times a week, to where houses flush 10 or 12 times a day, and we're paying $1,500 a month. That's just, something's wrong. So I just ask that you look into it. I also like to thank the police department. We had a break-in this last week, and the police department was there very fast and took care of it. And I just wanted to thank you guys for such a outstanding job on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Flowers? Thank you for taking care of that, Mr. Knight. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward at this time?
Good evening, Josh Flowers, address on record. Today I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what I saw inside the agenda packet. A couple of concerns that I think you guys should look into is, I know during COVID I talked about never giving up our local control. So I would really recommend looking into the JPA that we were talking about in there, just make sure we keep control. I mean, I think that's super important. The other thing is, I read your vision, Mayor, and you were talking about like basically putting Porterville first, and I noticed in the packet as well that, you know, we didn't award Porterville businesses. I think that's something if they're close, I think we should actually award the local businesses. Going on with that, I saw a decline in commercial permits. And I just think we probably should look into that because that's opposite of where we wanted to go, according to the mayor's statement. You wanted to build businesses, so we'll see what's happening with the permitting process. And then lastly, I really wanted just to say and echo the comments that I heard today is that, you know, I think we should really focus on our children and our seniors in this direction that we're pushing. And for me, you know, Title IX, they made changes to Title IX, and it was changed. Or actually, it was ruled down saying that they couldn't do that. It was designed to protect women's rights. I have a daughter. I'm a father to a daughter, and I want my daughter to be safe in Porterville. And I think you guys could take it upon yourselves to maybe look at doing a resolution of some sort that, you know, make sure that the proper gender uses the proper restroom. If they want to do something different, they can do a unisex bathroom, but that's just how I see it. And then lastly, if we're going to protect the children, I think we really need to look into our libraries and decide if, you know, any material in there that sexualizes children at a young age, that probably doesn't belong in the children's section. Make sure it stays in the adult section. I'm not saying that we ban books because you got to have the freedom, they have the freedom to publish it. However, we have the right to ensure that our kids never look upon it. And so I just encourage you guys to continue to fight and keep moving this thing back, whichever, you know, putting Porterville first. And I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Is there anyone else? Please come forward at this time. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll move on to reports. This is a time for all committee, commissions, and board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Tonight we have 7 staff informational reports. We'll start with charitable car washes. Or do we need to go through each one? We could just...
Yes, Your Honor. So tonight we do have 7 informational staff reports. Staff's available to answer any questions or provide a report on any item that you would like to hear.
Okay, bringing that back to the council, is there anything you guys have questions on with the reports? We all had time to look at this. Anybody have anything?
Mr. Mayor, I have some comments.
Go ahead.
On the charitable car wash process, I recently had a charitable car wash at our church, you know, not too long ago, and I went through that permitting process, and it dawned on me that it seems like our churches are certified with the state and the federal government, non-taxable, and they're fully regulated, and they are churches. They should be able to have a car wash without getting permission from the city. And it's interesting also because the way that the water program works, even though the churches and everyone buys their water, we tell them that they can't have a car wash unless it's on their watering day. So this isn't a time for a motion, but I would say that I have some serious concerns about our over-regulation of our nonprofits and our churches in the city because we have to trust them. Now, if it's, the regulation was written so that someone is not having a business at their house or some form of a business that is creating a problem, I think that, the regulation is important so that we regulate car washes for profit. But not for nonprofits, we need to make sure that we remove those regulations. So I'm going to be maybe making some motions later, but I have some concerns about the over-regulation of our nonprofits when it's something simple like a car wash. And I would say, in finishing with that, is that I think the guidelines of the way the process is written, that our nonprofits should follow all those guidelines, but to get permission and to have a car wash and be regulated when they're already regulated by the federal government, and it's their job to provide for ways to create money for their charities, for their kids, and for their operations, I think that we should open that up.
Thank you for your statement, Vice Mayor. And maybe we could look at the ordinance that's written and then discuss from there what changes that can possibly be made. Are there any other questions for the staff reports? It's open. I'm not seeing any at this time. We'll move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How would you guys like to go forward with the consent calendar? Is anybody looking to pull anything? For myself, I'd like to pull items, agenda items 7 and 8 for talks and scheduled matters. And then with that, I'll make a motion to approve 1 through 6 and 9 through 14.
I'll second that motion.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our public hearing. So going on to Mr. Reidenhauer.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Tonight we have one public hearing, El Malacon modifications of conditional use permit, and I'll ask Ms. Calderon to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. And I've asked Mr. O'Neill if he can present the staff report, and the applicant is in the audience.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. Jeff O'Neill, your city planner. We have a similar item tonight as to what we brought before you a couple weeks ago, which is a modification of a conditional use permit to kind of upgrade the existing ABC license. In this case, it's at a restaurant as opposed to a convenience market. Back in 2018, the City Council approved a conditional use permit allowing for a ABC license for on-sale beer and wine. And at Mariscos El 30, located at 58 East Mill Avenue near 2nd and Mill. In 2020, there was a change in ownership and the business name was changed to El Malacon. There has been no substantial change into the operation, the building, or the land since the new owner took over. The proposal consists of modification of the existing conditional use permit to allow for a Type 47 on-sale general license for an eating place, which means it's a bona fide restaurant that serves a full menu in addition to the alcoholic beverages. ABC allows for specific numbers of licenses that are split up by census tract based on population, and there is an undue concentration in this particular census tract, as there was in the last case. However, approving this modification of the CUP would not increase the number of licenses. It would remain the same. There are no proposed changes to the hours of operation. Other conditions of the original permit include no live entertainment, no advertising of alcohol on the exterior of the building, and any change in that vein would require that it come back to city council for another modification to the conditional use permit. So essentially, the only thing that's being requested is an upgrade of the allowable ABC license from beer and wine to beer, wine, and spirits. The development ordinance requires that the council makes a set of findings prior to approving or modifying a CUP. Staff believes, again, that those findings can be made and that the project would be exempt from any review under the California Environmental Quality Act as an existing facility. The applicant is in the audience. If the council has any questions, as always, staff is available to help out if needed. So barring any questions, we would request that the mayor opens the hearing to the public, then the council finds the project exempt from CEQA and adopts the draft resolution modifying the conditional use permit as noted. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you for that staff report. We'll open the public hearing at 7:16. If there's anybody that'd like to speak on this matter, please come forward at this time. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online, Fernando? No. Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:17. Bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions? I'm not seeing any. How would you like to go forward with this matter? Okay, I'll make a motion that we go forward with staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, council.
Okay, moving on to scheduled matters. Mr. Reidenhauer?
Thank you, Your Honor. The first scheduled matter for tonight is the establishment of an ad hoc heritage committee. At its meeting on January 21st, City Council provided direction to staff to bring forth an item to establish an ad hoc heritage committee comprised of 2 council members. The scope of the committee is to assist the City Council with the planning of celebrations and signage commemorating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the 100-year anniversary of the filing of the City of Porterville City Charter. The council took action to appoint Mayor Meister and Vice Mayor McCurvey to the proposed ad hoc committee. Pursuant to that direction, a draft resolution has been prepared for the council consideration. It is proposed that the committee be staffed at the discretion of the city manager. Staff's available for questions.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, is there anything that you guys see that you'd like to change in the resolution? Now's the time to speak up. Go ahead, Mr. Rivas. You gotta find the angle of the dangle, man.
There we go. I have one question. 2 questions. When the meeting needs to take place, will there be a post where the information will be at for people to read?
That's a good question. It is an ad hoc committee. Can we get some clarification on that, please?
So people will be informed of how it's coming along?
So this would not be a Brown Act committee meeting, and so it would not be published or noticed in accordance with the Brown Act. If the council would like and provides that direction, we could post when those meetings are going to be held.
You can also direct, if you want specific meetings to be posted and invite for public input. So just because it's not required doesn't mean that you can't do it for all or some or select when you want to do that.
And I would just add, anything that we bring forward with that committee has to go through the council before it's approved.
Okay. One more question, one last one. Alternates. In the event one of the 2 members will not be able to attend, would there be an alternate?
Typically not with an ad hoc because we have to keep it at less than a participation to less than a quorum of the council.
I get you. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
So just for clarification, do we need to add language as far as when we would post, or can we just call for when we're going to post for it?
At the council's direction, the members' direction, we could post.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the Heritage Committee? Nope. Okay, we'll go forward. How would you guys like to go forward with this?
I motion to go forward with this.
go with the draft
The
resolution?
draft resolution, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll second that. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to scheduled matter number 17. Mr. Ridenhour.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second scheduled matter tonight is for the establishment of a downtown Porterville committee. At its meeting on January the 21st, the City Council provided direction to staff to bring forth a resolution to establish a standing downtown Porterville committee comprised of 7 members, including 2 City Council members and 5 public members. The council provided direction that the public membership is to be comprised of owners of businesses in downtown Porterville and the Porterville Chamber of Commerce. The scope of the committee is to be advisory to the City Council on matters pertaining to downtown Porterville. Pursuant to that direction, staff, a draft resolution has been prepared for council's consideration. It's proposed that the committee be staffed at the discretion of the city manager. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt draft resolution establishing the downtown Porterville committee and consider appointment of 2 City Council members to serve on the downtown Porterville committee. Staff's available for questions.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Are there any questions, Mr. Beltran?
Yeah, I have a few. I hope council members took time to look at the community development plan, to look at the guiding policies and implementation policies for downtown Porterville. The reason I bring that up is I think what the downtown committee's ultimate purpose is to do exactly what we're already trying to do. And so, given that there's roughly 120 businesses in the parameter that was given to us, Morton, D Street, 4th Street, Olive, I guess I'm trying to figure out the vision of this committee, given that if we're, to have these downtown businesses become part of this organization, if we're going to implement any fees or dues for this downtown district, which is probably 99% going to be needed, when all I hear about is less government, less regulation, less cost to businesses, it's going to be interesting. And then I remember the last meeting, hearing that there was a handful of people who are very adamant about or passionate about getting something like this going. You're going to need 50 plus 1 of those businesses to say yes to any fees or any kind of district like that. And so I just didn't know if the council, this is a great discussion to see how the chamber and other entities are already working, as in the last meeting again was mentioned that city staff already has quarterly meetings. There's probably the same handful of individuals engaged, but just before we go down the road of forming a committee, if council members have reached out to any of those entities to see, especially the chamber, to see what their feedback is on wanting to join or even pay a fee that this would probably entail. So just throwing out those numbers again, roughly 120 businesses, you need 50% plus 1 to say we want to be charged a monthly fee to be part of this district. I just wish there might have been more consensus before we already are down this road of establishing a committee, but that's a daunting task. I'm not saying it's worthwhile, but already it's in our community development general plan, guiding policies. There's 20 of them, and implementation policies that I think if you're to talk to any of these businesses, this is what they want to do. It's already trying to be implemented without any fees. So that's just my comment on this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. And I would just say in the draft resolution, there is no fees added. And it's great that this is already established. Now all we're doing is adding electeds. So I do appreciate your comments. Mr. McCurvey.
Yeah, great comments, Ray, and you know the old saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. I think what we want to do here is try a new approach, and I think we want to cast a wider net and drive this in a different way than the past committee, but we certainly don't want it to conflict with the current process or the current committee. We want to come up with some new ideas and some new strategies and then bring them back to the whole city.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Vice Mayor McCurvey. Mr. Green, you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Councilman Rivas?
No, just wanted to elaborate on what Mr. McCurvey, Councilman McCurvey said. I feel the same sentiments. I think we should move forward, commit, we're not trying to change anything or reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to make a new committee, that's all. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. And I would just say with my comments, this is, you're correct, many have tried to do this and it hasn't been successful. There's also been organizations trying to form a downtown association with fees. I personally believe that our tax revenue should help with some of those things. And as far as guiding policies and the 120 businesses, that's something we want to look at and look at possible changes to benefit the downtown community in that aspect. So if there's no other, Councilman Beltran, do you have any other comments, just to give you an opportunity?
No, thank you for the feedback. Thank you.
Yes, okay. How would the council like to go forward with this item? If there's no other comments.
I'll make a motion that we go with staff recommendations and get started.
Okay, call for the vote, Fernando. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to agenda item 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agenda item 18 is the establishment of a charter review committee. On January 21st, the City Council provided direction on the establishment of a charter review committee to undertake a review of the city charter to make recommendations regarding potential amendments to be placed on the ballot in 2026. The City Council directed staff to bring forth a draft resolution establishing a 9-member charter review committee and determine that each City Council member would select one committee member from their respective district, with the remaining 4 committee members being selected by a majority of the City Council. Additionally, the council established the committee eligibility criteria requiring charter review committee members to be registered voters who reside within the city limits of Porterville. The committee will undertake a comprehensive review of the city charter and make recommendations to the City Council. In accordance with the attached timeline, if the draft resolution is adopted, staff will publicize the newly established committee and solicit requests for appointment from interested individuals. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour. We'll bring it back to the council. We'll start with Councilman Rivas. Do you have any statements or questions?
None at this time.
Okay, Mr. Green? None, thank you. Vice Mayor McCurvey?
I appreciated the comments earlier from former Councilman Greg Shelton. Being such a large committee, I do like the idea of adding 2 alternates. That's a great idea. And I totally understand what he's trying to say about getting good talent and input. I differ a little bit in the way I approach. I think the approach that we have here as recommended is pretty good as far as people within the city, because it is our city charter. But we should, and I think in the course of the committee, solicit input from the entire greater community, from everyone, and find some various ways to do that so we can get input from not only Porterville, but the surrounding community. But we really want people in Porterville, as we put together in the criteria, to be on that committee. So, but I do like the idea of both those ideas that former Councilman Greg Shelton brought, because he's got a lot of experience, and I think that having gone through that, we really should listen to the recommendations from someone who's gone through that. And I think the alternates is a good idea.
Okay, just for clarification, I get the alternates, the 2 alternates. When you talk about the greater good at large, are you talking, Strathmore to Terabella, Springville to Poplar? Are you thinking maybe someone that owns businesses in the city limits, land in city limits? Where do you draw the lines?
Well, we have to
clarification.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So when I served as a county commissioner on redistricting, what's very interesting about Porterville is that it's connected as a community of interest to all of these other communities. Everyone shops here and works here, sends their kids to school here, all the way up to Springville and the tribe, and all of that is a community of interest. I wouldn't be opposed to getting input from that entire community of interest, but it's not a voting input, it's just a solicitation of input. Because they are part of the community of interest, I would just say that the people that live in the city and are registered voters is why we set this in a broad way, but for people that are already living here and are registered voters, is a simple criteria, but it's for our city, and we can get input from the surrounding communities as a community of interest, but I think that's where it should stay.
Okay. Mr. Beltran? Councilman Beltran?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I had the same, thank you for the input, Mr. Shelton. That was, I think the two alternatives, as we talked about before, having 9 members, sometimes a quorum can be difficult. We find that on the PATA committee, when there's only 5, that can be difficult. So I like the alternative members.
The alternates?
The alternates, yeah, that's a great idea. I know later on, once the committee is formed, as far as picking the chair, that was a great idea too, because there could be competing interests, and so I think that the council picking the chair is a great move as well. And back to Vice Mayor McCurvey's point of getting, these will be public meetings, I believe, right? They're the Brown Act and all that, so.
Correct.
So they'll be posted publicly, so people who may have a business or some interest in the community, they may not be on the committee, but they can come and share their input. So thank you for that comment. I believe that's a way to do that. And then later on, we're just with the committee that is formed, the idea of getting the broader idea into a short list. I think once the general vote comes and we need to have this all ready to go, of not overwhelming the community with too much. We have to pick the most vital. And the other ones could be put off to the next cycle, but those are just sitting there ready to be dealt with, whether it's roughly, I'd say under 10, maybe 6 or 7, that might be the priorities for the committee. But other than that, everything else looks pretty good, so thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Councilman Beltran, in the sense of a short list of what we're trying to bring to the ballot and not overwhelming the people. But ultimately, I think the Charter Review Committee should bring everything to us, and then we decide what that short list looks like. Question, Julia.
Yes, sir.
An option for Zoom, is that something that's still able to do?
It's a standing committee, so they are going to have to follow the same rules on, with regard to teleconferencing that the city council has to follow. So,
I
yeah,
gotcha.
so we can absolutely Zoom, but we would still need a quorum. Generally speaking, we're going to still need the quorum to show up at the, personally at the meeting, and they would have to follow the same rules regarding just cause or emergencies and all that good stuff. So, but we absolutely can Zoom and allow for public participation as a courtesy. I shouldn't just say that. Legally, you can. Practically, we'd have to talk to the city, but yes, you can do that.
Okay, so talking with the city, is that something we could do? Or do we have to add language in this resolution for something like that?
No language is needed to be added. We could accommodate that.
Okay, so I love the idea of 2 alternates. It's a good idea. I also like the idea of appointing a chairman. Great idea, Mr. Shelton. As far as the greater good, I think that opening it up to people that own land or a business in city limits would benefit in that greater good approach. Maybe they live north of Linda Vista, just outside of town, but they have land within our city limits, and they want to be part of this charter review.
Can I propose an option, too, that you guys can just think about?
Yes, please.
So, of course, these are open meetings and they're publicly noticed, so you will absolutely be able to take input from the public, including other members of the community. The other thing that the Charter Review Committee can do, and I know that this happened at least with the first Charter Review Committee, they invited specific, if there was a particular issue, they would have a meeting where they'd say, hey, say you wanted the development community input from the development community, which is not always, they don't always live here, but they're developing here.
Yeah.
But so you could actually invite them to, bring, or even they can provide written, oral input, or you can actually have a meeting where you invite that, you're focusing on that. So, those are possibilities of ways to do it if you are looking for something alternative to having them be members of the committee. So just an option. So, and I'm trying to take notes, by the way, while you're doing this so that we can go ahead and whatever you end up with, we can go ahead and approve it tonight as
And then
amended.
add that language to the resolution. And that's interesting. So that task would be upon the chairperson to direct that?
Well,
If we did adopt
So the
appointing
other
a
thing I heard
chairman.
was scope, by the way, which I actually think maybe the scope can be another night. We can talk about, you guys can give direction. Then once you form the committee, you can give direction if you're going to limit scope on how you want to do that. So that's another thing that you can do. But yeah, you can, what you want to leave for them to figure out and what you want to give as far as direction is really up to you. I think it's probably easier not to put that in the establishing, and you guys can set some parameters if it is who, what you want them to focus on, what input you'd like them to get, those kinds of things. You could do that at a future meeting if you'd like, or even give direction tonight so that we can put an item together.
Okay, so I'm assuming we have 3 votes for the 2 alternates, just by Mr. McCurvy's comments and Beltran's and mine. And then also,
Do you want to select the member? I've already added that potentially if you decide you want to do that as part of this resolution. Select the chair. Chairperson.
yes, I have that. I was looking at that as well. So I guess I'm making a motion right now. Unless there's further comments, is there more comments? Any other comments? Okay, so I'm adding the language for 2 alternates, appointment of the chairperson
Okay, and so
or chairman.
I'll tell you what that looks like, just so you know what you're making your motion on. So you'd have number 1 read as it is. Number 2 would change a little bit. It'll say the mayor, vice mayor, and city council members shall each appoint a committee member, and 4 additional committee members plus 2 alternates shall be appointed by a majority of the city council. So that would be number 2. You would have a new number 3, which would say the council shall select a chairperson from the appointed membership. And then number 3, the current number 3 would become number 4.
Okay.
Your resolution.
Are we going to change some of the language? Or I would like to add the ability if this is my motion, if you own land or a business in the city limits, you may be able to be part of the charter committee on the at-large for the 4.
Okay. That's your motion. If
That's
so,
my motion.
I'll add that I'll change it.
It looks like it dies.
If there's no second, then it will die for lack of a second, but is there a second before I?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Are there any other motions? We could call for that, right, Julia?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Can we call for other motions, or do we have to vote on this one that's on the table?
Have discussion on this one first, make a decision on this one, and if this one doesn't pass, you can do an alternative motion.
Okay, so can we, I know you're writing the notes, can you clarify one more time for what
Yes,
that motion was?
That's what I was doing.
Thank you.
So in addition to what I already read, rather than having to repeat all that, we will add to number 1, a charter review committee is hereby established to be comprised of 9 portable citizens registered to vote or owning land or a business within the city limits of the city.
Yes.
And then under number 2, let's see if I can do this without making it. So I think we'll add a sentence saying of the at-large, the business or land ownership eligibility requirement applies only to, sorry, let me think this through, sorry.
Take your time, I know we threw a curveball.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
For the 4 at-large seats.
Yeah, let's do it there. Right, so we'll just add it to number 2. I'm not going to complicate with number 1 had the eligibility in it, but we're just going to put the 4 additional members in addition may either be registered to vote or own land or a business in the city of Porterville.
Perfect, yeah, that's
what
exactly
we'll
what I'm
add. We'll
asking.
add that sentence to number 2.
Okay?
Yeah,
Okay, so we have a first and a second.
you're right.
We'll call for the vote.
That's good, thank you.
Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to the consideration of sponsorship for Porterville Little League. Mr. Ridenhour.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 19 this evening is consideration of sponsorship for Porterville Little League. At its meeting on January 21st, the City Council approved Mayor Meister's request for an item to be added to the February 4th agenda to consider allocating funds from the City Council Special Purposes Reserve Funds to sponsor Porterville Little League. It is proposed that the City Council will sponsor Porterville Little League in the amount of $2,500 with a banner including the City of Porterville seal and motto, "In God We Trust," on the banner to be placed on the fence in center field at the Burton Ball Fields. The source of funds for the proposed sponsorship is the City Council Special Purposes Reserve Fund for the current year, from which there is a current and available balance of $96,250.16. A draft resolution authorizing the appropriation of funds from the City Special Purposes Reserve Fund is provided for council's consideration. Staff's recommendation that the council consider approving the draft resolution authorizing an allocation of $2,500 from the City's Special Purposes Reserve Fund for fiscal year 24-25 to sponsor Porterville Little League. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour. We'll bring it back to council. Mr. Beltran, Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I know Mr. Ridenour had commented the last time we did for the fast pitch, if there's any conflicts for anybody. Just want to make sure that was clear.
I have a conflict being my son is signed up for Porterville Little League, but I'm not going to benefit in any way from this donation for banners in the Little League. Is this something that I need to recuse myself from?
No, it would only be a conflict of interest if you have an actual financial.
Yeah, I paid the full
Effect.
dues. I didn't get in for free. So I don't know if that's what you were portraying to Mr. Beltran.
I don't think it'll be a high enough effect anyways.
Right, yeah, I just didn't know if somebody was a board member or anything like that, because I don't know anybody's
That's a good question.
personal activity.
If you're a board member, then that would be
like that, 'cause
potentially an issue.
I don't know,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, yeah.
Just so everybody in the public knows where it's all on the up and up, so.
For the record, my child also plays Little League, and I will not be benefiting from this.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour.
I'm surprised that there's no representative here, which I guess is fine. I like the community benefit part of all of this. I just again, my concern is they haven't stated that they needed the funds. We lowered their utilities, we lowered the field use. They didn't state any projects that are needed. And so I guess I was just kind of curious on their own if there is a funding issue, if they're doing any fundraisers other than the banners, as far as like if they're signing up for the fireworks booths, if they have any fundraisers that the players participate in. So I guess I was just hoping some representative would be here to figure out what the funds are needed for, because it's not going to lower the cost of their fees to join. But I'm in support of the banners. I just didn't understand the fee, if that wasn't the request, that we didn't just purchase the banners and put them up ourselves. We do own the property. If we're just going to give them the money to do that. So it was just kind of some clarifying questions, but no one's here to respond to that, so that's all.
Well, thank you, Councilman Beltran. And just for clarification, I didn't reach out to Porterville Little League. This was a motion I made from the heart, I guess you could say. I didn't try to tie any strings to any fundraising or what's going on with their organization, other than the fact that one string attaches the two banners with city logo and "In God We Trust," and ultimately supporting our Little League. Councilman Rivas.
Well, I just wish we could have, instead of the 2,500, I just wish we could have covered the whole cost, but I guess we can start somewhere in the beginning with this. I'm full support of the Little Leagues and all sports here in Porterville, because I think our youth really deserve a guidance and people like where are encouraged to come and play. So that way they can have some place in order to play and be part of something great, and instead of just walking the streets like some of these youth are doing. I think we need great participation with these kids, and these kids look forward to this. I was part of that, and I went all the way up to Babe Ruth, and so I encourage all youngsters that are looking for sports as an out. This is a great way that we as a council can mitigate them to, we hear you and we support you. So, and coming back, I wish I can say that we could have paid the full bill, but $2,500 is better than nothing. So with that, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Councilman Green.
Yeah, just to answer Councilman Beltran's questioning about what the funds go to, well, Porterville Little League, they have to buy baseballs, bases, pay umpires, maintain the fields. Of course, a lot of that's volunteer, but there's things they have to purchase for maintenance, field maintenance and so forth, dugout maintenance. So, and I think it's like Greg's, a mayor, I have to get used to calling him mayor. Mayor Meister, it's just a gift from the heart, to help the kids. Because they do have expenses like everybody else, and I commend that.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
No, I would echo those sentiments. Growing up on the ball field, you learn competition, you learn to get along with people and improve your emotional health. You learn how to lose. Lost a lot of games. Yeah. But it builds character, and I really am inspired by what I saw recently at the youth baseball camp, and I think that we could do more, and I know there was a lot of discussion that came out of this also, in addition to this, about how we can continue to rebuild our partnerships with those leagues in conjunction with the field use, and there's a lot of volunteerism. I noticed that when I was at the camp with talking to the gentleman from the Porterville College, that they do a lot of stuff for the community. In addition to playing ball together and building character, they go out and volunteer and they serve old folks and other parts of the community. And so this is a worthwhile event, and I'm all for it, and I just wanted to get on the record and say those things.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, if there's no other comments at this time, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, I'll make a motion to consider the approval of the draft resolution and staff recommendations.
I will second that motion.
Call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Moving on to the review of weed abatement and homeless encampment abatement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Moore to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenour, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. At its meeting on January 21st, 2025, the City Council approved Vice Mayor McCurvey's request for an item to be added to the February 4th, 2025 agenda to review weed abatement and homeless encampment abatement efforts. The city, under the Parks and Leisure Services Department, currently manages its own weed abatement and encampment abatement operations through two respective crews, a weed abatement crew and an encampment abatement crew. The primary focus of the weed abatement crew is clearing areas that could pose fire hazards due to overgrown vegetation. The city's weed abatement staffing consists of 2 full-time and 8 part-time personnel. Weed abatement parks maintenance worker 2 salary range is $3,504 to $4,276, and part-time weed abatement workers rate is $16.50 per hour. The weed abatement crew performs various other duties throughout the year in the rare times they are not performing weed abatement, including tree maintenance and other special projects. The weed abatement team and fire department are currently planning for the impending weed abatement season. This year, the city has received 52% of average rainfall for this time of year and is expected to be a challenging weed abatement season. Staff is expecting to receive an updated fire hazard map from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, which is anticipated to demonstrate reclassification of fire hazard threat zones within the city. This is reflective in the weed abatement budget, which is trending higher than anticipated. The city initiated an encampment abatement program under the Parks and Leisure Services Department in July 2024. This program is responsible for encampment cleanups on city property as well as those on private property that do not get cleaned up in a timely manner by the property owner. Staffing for the encampment abatement program consists of 1 full-time and up to 4 part-time personnel. The full-time encampment maintenance worker salary range is $3,683 to $4,494 per month, and part-time encampment maintenance workers rate is $17.50 per hour. To date, the team has abated 275 documented encampments within a system that we use. The encampment abatement process is initiated by community complaints, referrals from city departments, and the police department's active engagement. The police department seeks compliance and abatement of the encampment by the individuals contacted. A majority of the encampments are removed with the initial police department contact and are not required to be processed through the formal encampment abatement process. The goal of the encampment abatement team is to clean up the noticed encampment the day stated on the legal notice. The team has been successful in meeting this goal for 93% of the cases since inception and have met the goal for 96% of the cases in the last 90 days. Large encampment enforcement efforts are made throughout the city, including along the Tula River and the Porter Slough. The police department, fire department, public works department, and Parks and Leisure Services department all play integral roles in these large-scale projects. Coordination between multi-department personnel, equipment, enabling water levels, and timing all have to happen and must coincide with legal notices posted notifying the individuals of the impending cleanup of unattended areas. In this fiscal year of the encampment abatement program, due to more encampments needing to be cleaned up than predicted, this program budget is trending over its original budget estimate. The encampment crew has been able to keep up with the city daily work orders submitted and coinciding 72-hour notices distributed by the police department. The efficiency of these programs, along with accompanying budgets, will continue to be evaluated by staff on an annual basis. Staff has evaluated the reclassification of the weed abatement personnel to align with the classification and salary range of the homeless encampment abatement personnel. The estimated budgetary impact for this adjustment would equate to an increase of approximately $29,344 annually. Should the City Council desire to change the salary range prior to the end of the fiscal year, the impact would be proportionately estimated at $12,227. The city will begin negotiations with all represented bargaining groups this spring with the goal of entering into a new agreement prior to July 1, 2025. The proposed adjustment is able to be included in the negotiation process to be considered by the City Council. These proposed changes, along with any additional considerations that arise from labor negotiations, will be evaluated and considered with the development of the 2025-26 budget. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council provide direction to staff regarding the weed abatement program, and staff's available to answer questions.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Moore. We'll bring it back to the council. Vice Mayor McCurvey, this was your motion, so if you'd like to start.
Excellent report, Mr. Moore. Really appreciate it. Very thorough. What I learned in this process is something that I actually learned this a long time ago in business. If we can put these two small, really important teams together, they're already working together. They're working at cross purposes at times because one is certified and one isn't. The $1 an hour is not that much. I'm going to recommend to the council that we do this and move forward and I would like to also recommend that we change our window from 72 hours to 48 hours so that we can step up. We are surging against the weeds this year and against the abatements. We're making great progress. It's going to be a very difficult year with weed abatement, and I think that team will benefit from some productivity improvements that will come from having one team. And if we develop this capability as we surge and work into this season to continue to make progress on controlling the encampment problem and the weed problem, we are really opening ourselves up some opportunities that we may be able to work with the county and some of the areas that are outside of the current zones and use our resources to help us with that process whatever that might be in this coming fiscal year, with the weeds being higher this year projected than we have, and with our surge towards homelessness and cleaning up the river. It's broken windows theory. We're making great progress, and it's showing out there already, and it's helping every department because of less resources to deal with it, and we're helping people to get the needed help that they need and get people sorted out where we have this problem under control. And I would just say that broken windows theory is very simple. We saw it in Times Square in New York when I was a kid. It was the most terrible place in New York, and now you see it on TV every year. It's where everybody gathers. It's because they went out there and they fixed the windows every time one got broken, and they picked up the trash and they cleaned everything up, and pretty soon you can see the progress. And so we need to continue to press really hard, and I think if we push this forward, it'll be money well spent. We can develop the team, and we may have some potential to help in the county areas if we push this forward, as well as moving up the timeline to 48 hours.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. I just want to, that was almost a motion, right? So just for clarification, is 72 hours to 48 hours, what does that look like? Because that's going to change percentages as well, because I imagine we're not going to be able to get the encampments cleaned up all the time within 48 hours. What, Mr. Reinhauer, just clarify.
I do think that as we're looking to evaluate this, we could move to a 48-hour notice. I will say that it may impact our ability currently, as we will get the efficiency there with 48 hours notice. Right now, with a 72-hour notice, it allows for that workload. But I believe that our team could pull off a 48-hour notice. I believe our ordinance outlines the 72-hour notice. So to change from a 72-hour notice to a 48-hour notice, we would need to amend the ordinance and go through that public hearing process.
What I was going to suggest, though, on that.
Let me comment. So why don't we measure the things that are done at that level without changing the ordinance, so that we can just move forward and then make that a target? And a goal. It's a stretch goal for the team, but so we don't have to go back and change the ordinance.
Well, I was going to suggest that it's kind of time to look at it at some point anyways, because when we adopted it, we knew we were one of the earlier adopters, and we also did it prior to the Supreme Court case.
That's Boise.
So there are some potential changes we can make. We're kind of watching. We're watching to see what other challenges are brought, legal challenges are brought with regard to encampment enforcement, cleanup enforcement. And so, but that being said, hearing what you guys were saying with potentially changing that number, I think one way to change it is to give ourselves flexibility. So, and I just did this because I have another city that I represent that also just adopted an ordinance strikingly similar to yours. But what we did in that one, after watching and knowing that we have a little bit more flexibility, was I did not specify the time period in the ordinance. It became something that is specified by resolution, and that way you have the ability to change that depending on the ability of the practical abilities here to actually get it done. So it would take an ordinance amendment, but we could make it a flexible amendment, and that way we don't have to keep going back, which is, I agree, we don't want to have to do that, and my goal is usually to try to avoid that. The other thing I would do while we're at it, if we're going to go back, I like to try to make the change, whatever changes we're going to make at that time or what we think we need to do. One of the other things I'd probably do is look at whether or not we need to have quite so much noticing, and because I do think that we do have some flexibility there now as well. So I can work with staff on that and come up with something that is a little maybe easier, and I can talk to them. The other thing I would want to do is talk to them and find out where they would like to see things change. What is the difficult part of dealing with it right now? So, which will help them too.
Yeah, so my recommendation would be that we bring back a comprehensive review of the ordinance and how it's operating. So we were in the education phase for several months with the community. We have now entered into an education as well as an enforcement phase. My thought is that coming July would be a 6-month on the enforcement side, and so as we're moving here, that we look at the progress that is made and bring this forth for a review in July. It will give us the 6 months to have the data to to look back of what's been done, what's worked, what hasn't worked, what efficiencies do we see that we can gain by some amendments and some flexibility in the ordinance.
And
Would that mean that we couldn't do it less than 72 hours?
So we cannot have less than a 72-hour notice until we amend the ordinance. And so if that's the direction of the council, we could begin prepping for that ordinance amendment now and have a public hearing to bring that forth in the future.
Just thinking of our closed session discussions and the progress we've seen, I wonder if it's necessary to push forward with this in that aspect, just thinking of that, what we saw earlier. And then also, so if we did go to a 48-hour window, would you be able to do it with the crew you have now, or would we need to move to increase or give them that hazmat pay to increase the size of the abatement crew? And then before you answer that, I wanted to add to it, are you talking about full-time employees or part-time employees? Or
They're part-time employees.
So you're just talking about the part-time employees? Okay.
So with that change to a 48-hour notice and trying to maintain the same standard, we would need to evaluate our staffing level, of course, to look at that. We can do that as we bring an item back, make that evaluation, and with that, more than likely, as you increase manpower, you also increase the capital required for those activities, and so we may need to bring back a budget amendment for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour. If you've got any other questions, you can.
We're slowing down. I want to push forward with staff recommendations and spend the money. I'll make a motion to do that, and then I'll also add that we go back and review the time as quickly as possible so that we can review the ordinance.
Okay, let's, the motion is on the table. Let's see what other, the rest of the council's comments. Councilman Beltran?
My only feedback on this is, back to a comment the mayor just stated. We got a report from the chief of police on stuff that they're working on, and I would look at that type of leadership and that type of effort in this, that trust the management, trust the team, that I think we'll get there at some point, so if we need to review that ordinance and change that to 48 hours, but I think you saw what that one department is doing. I believe from what I've seen, Parks and Public Works is doing a tremendous job. We saw those numbers. I would more revert back to, especially on the dollar increase, leave that to management. I know there's this talk of hazard pay, but sewage treatment workers, individuals who clean the restrooms, they deal with some difficult stuff at times, and that's reflected in their pay. I would just leave it to management to decide if those are warranted. I know we've done it briefly for people who have certain certifications or certain licenses that benefit their position, but in general, I'd leave that to those department managers to feel if that's a need. If it's unneeded, why spend money if there's not a need for that? So that's just my input as far as to increase the dollar just for the sake of it. I don't know if we have the money. It might be minimal, but just to say it just because, I'll leave it to management to make that decision. Other than, like I said, previous, if there's certifications or licenses or some type of skill that they have that they're bringing to the table. Most of this is entry-level positions. And hopefully they work well and they could lateral to other full-time positions and pay. But as far as just throwing it out there just for the sake of, like I said, a lot of people throughout the city departments do hazardous work and it's reflected in their pay. But again, I would just leave it, my opinion, like we heard the report earlier from the chief, I would leave it to those directors and management to, if they want to incorporate these two teams together, or if how we're doing it is working well. So that's my input on that.
And so, okay, I think you're just want to leave it to city staff to make that decision. You're not saying in July.
Yeah, no direction. I think
negotiations.
it's great input. I think we'll maybe get a feedback in a few months on how those are going, and we could address it. But as of now, I don't feel really a need to change anything.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green?
No comment at this time.
Councilman Rivas?
I have a few questions to the city manager. You said 6 months would be you would get more information, more intel in the,
In July.
or
Yes.
July or?
So we adopted the ordinance last year, and through December, we were at a education level. We were educating. We were also having some enforcement, but starting in early January, we upped enforcement and began an enforcement protocol on the ordinance. The chief and his team have been doing a great job out protecting the community and enforcing the ordinance and the laws of the city. And so with that increase in operations of enforcement, coming through June 30th would be a 6-month timeframe.
Yes.
To have data looking back. As you can see in the staff report, we have the data from how effective our cleanup team has been from the beginning and then from the last 90 days, and you can see how it's improved.
Yes.
So that's what I was mentioning earlier, was the original plan was to bring something back in July. Obviously, at council's direction, I'm happy to bring an item back sooner than that and look at amendments to the ordinance to effectively make some changes prior to that. It was just, that was kind of the concept prior.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and motion the second on it. So I'm going to go with staff recommendations, and with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Okay. So we have a first and a second.
Can we get clarification on what that is for?
That's what I was going to ask. So, because the staff recommendation is to provide direction to staff regarding the weed abatement program.
Right.
So as we're giving direction, and so we have a first and a second, and I'd just like to give some input, my own inputs, and then we could clarify. I would echo the report we got in closed session. Police department's working really hard. I'm not going to read all the numbers. Parks and Leisures is cleaning up camps pretty well. There was 128 reports, 109 were cleaned. A question for you, Mr. Moore. With the weed abatement crew, do they cross over and do homeless abatement?
The only time they've done that is when there's been some of these large-scale, multi-department cleanups down there, which happens a couple of times a year.
Got you.
That's just all hands on deck.
That's all hands on deck. So some of these individuals do have to go and work with other individuals that are getting a hazard pay of $1 more an hour to do the same job?
On a rare occasion, yeah. And when the time that wouldn't be possible is, when there's a major, fire season, when the weed abatement is heightened
Working
coming up
hard,
here.
yeah.
So if there was a sweep coming up, we wouldn't be able to pull them off at that time.
Okay, does the homeless abatement crew do weed abatement? Do they cross over?
The homeless encampment crew, they do assist when there's some rare times when they're not doing encampments, or looking and finding other encampments that aren't in the app. They could potentially be doing weed abatement or other, as they say, duties as assigned, other special projects and things.
Gotcha. And then to pivot to our city manager, Ridenhour, we are going to be doing negotiations in March, and they end in July?
Correct. So that's the goal, is to begin negotiations with all the bargaining groups this spring, with the intent of coming to an MOU with all the groups by July 1, as our current agreements are through July 1.
Okay, so I would, with just clarification to your motion, because I know what you...
I want to ask a question. Are the part-time associates that we're talking about part of that negotiation?
That's a good question.
Not necessarily.
I
They
don't-
usually are unrepresented.
Yeah, so I don't believe that the part-time are, but the full-time personnel are in that. Also, just want to make a one clarification. I've heard it a few times about hazard pay. So this is not technically a hazard pay. This was just when council established, when we established the positions, this was the pay plan for the positions.
Gotcha. And I think during what was echoed in the former city manager, Ms. Hildreth, kind of called it hazard pay, right? But in the essence, you're saying they're getting paid for the duties $1 more than weed abatement. It's not really hazard pay.
Their responsibilities are built into their pay, exactly.
Yes. And so I think just for clarification with Mr. Rivas and Vice Mayor McCurvey are trying to bring is increase for those part-time employees. My thought and input is, what if, for clarification on the motions, that we direct staff to go in that direction for giving everybody the same pay for weed abatement when negotiations come up in March? Just trying to bring some clarification. If you want to clarify further.
No, I think that would be okay. I really want to get things done, so I want to move faster than that. And what the city manager and I discussed was there's another idea afoot too, and that is to develop, some different approaches entirely. So we can talk about that as a separate issue, but I think if we can get the synergy with these two teams and tackle the weed abatement as we go into this difficult season and really keep putting pressure on the encampments, that will make great progress. We're already making great progress. I don't want to slow down. I want to speed up.
I would agree with that desire. So what, just for clarification of your motions, what direction are you going with them? You got to bring clarification.
Okay, so the clarification is that I'd like to go forward and combine those teams so that they're one team in their efforts. And that capacity that we build can be used in other ways that we're not being used today. And that surge can work for weed abatement when we need it, and it could work for encampments when we need it, and it will give us a greater capacity just because we're combining those folks together under one team. And there's a potential, based on what we just discussed, that there might be ways to go out of the normal territory that we're in today, but we need resources to do that, and this would add to those resources.
Okay, so is that clarification that you needed, Mr. Reidenhauer? Do you have any input?
Nope.
Okay, so you have the first. AJ, are you still going with that second?
I'm second, yeah.
Okay, we have the clarification. And so just to bring it again, this is in March. You're wanting them to do that in negotiations?
I want to do it now.
Now,
So-
okay.
Mayor, if I may provide some clarification on timing. So what we will do is we will bring back an item. So we will have an item to increase the categorization pay level for weed abatement to be equal to homeless encampment abatement personnel. So that'll come back to the council for consideration, as we'll need to have that, we'll go through the proper process with that bargaining unit, and HR will lead the way on that, and then we'll bring back an item for consideration of approval.
And that's, so in doing that, changing the job duty statement, is that something we could do before negotiations?
It will be, what we will do is potentially do a side letter or do
It
something of
has
that
to be met and
nature.
conferred on. So even if we don't do it as part of comprehensive negotiations, it is a bargainable thing that we have to talk about with them. So we will have to meet and confer over that item. So that will take some time because it's not just part-time employees, correct? This affects full-time employees. Yeah.
Okay, and we're looking at, if we pass this through today, it'll be a $12,227 ballpark number on what it's going to cost Parks and Leisures?
Estimated, yes.
And then annually, $29,344.
So that will be what's proposed. Keep in mind that because it is bargainable, they may actually have a response to it. So we'll have to talk, it will be something we have to talk to the union about.
Could be less, it could be more.
Do your motions still stand?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to the consideration to rebrand transit vehicles. Mr. Ridenhour.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. True to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, you've now entered the transportation section of tonight's agenda. I personally think this is the more exciting part, just biased, but tonight we're seeking your feedback and direction regarding the rebranding of the city's transit vehicles. This initiative aims to modernize the fleet's appearance while incorporating elements that reflect the city's heritage, including an American flag theme and the city's motto, "In God We Trust." At the January 21st, 2025 meeting, Vice Mayor McCurby requested this item be brought forward for discussion. Thanks, Fern, for bringing up our current branding, which was in 2021. The American flag design was applied to 3 battery electric buses. We'll run you through, so our branding has changed over the last couple of decades. So the current theme is American flag theme on 3 vehicles. In 2013, we rebranded the vehicles, if you scroll down, Fern, to the city's colors, orange and green, and Go Panthers. And then almost 15 years ago, in 2010, we had the white and green wave theme. The city's transit fleet currently consists of 38 vehicles. The branding initiative is an opportunity to enhance the public perception. And I do apologize, here's our shuttle van branding for the microtransit service we call Transport. And then Fern, one last picture of our that's another picture of Transport on an electric van. And then the last picture is our minivan. But the rebranding initiative is an opportunity to enhance public perception of the city's transit services. It improves our brand consistency across all vehicles. It increases public awareness. And lastly, it promotes civic identity through a design that reflects the city's culture and vision. We worked with Transit Media, Inc. I do appreciate the staff's effort to put together something really quickly to bring to the council. So we worked, at the next slide, Fern, we worked with Transit Media, Inc. really just to provide a conceptual design. And tonight, I think we're really looking for some direction and feedback. We also asked the Transit Media, Inc. to provide an estimate on what it would cost to rebrand the fleet. And so the estimate is broken down by vehicle type for your consideration. If we were to rebrand the entire fleet, the estimated cost is almost $285,000. It would take about 130 days to rebrand the entire fleet, but I think we can get it done by the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30 of this year. We did, in the staff report, propose an option to consider. We have 11 new vehicles scheduled to be delivered over the next year or so. If we were to not rebrand the vehicles that are going to be replaced by the 11 new ones, we could reduce the cost by around $130,000, just for consideration. When it comes to funding this rebranding initiative, we consider this part of our operating budget, which 50% of the cost would be covered by the Federal Transit Administration, their financial or federal assistance, and the remaining 50% would be covered by local transportation funds. as a local match. It would be really great if the council tonight, if we broke it up in like two sections. One, give us your honest feedback on the direction you want us to go with the design. And then second, if you can give us some a direction on how many vehicles, if you want to phase it or if you want to do the entire thing, that will really help us with the finalizing this item and then moving forward. That concludes my report, and I look forward to your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Treen. Great report. Love the laughter you bring to the room, so that's good. It makes it fun. We'll start with Vice Mayor McCurvey. This was your motion. What are you thinking?
I have a question. Nice job on the presentation. Well done. On the 11 new vehicles, which I like this option that you suggested, what's the timeline on that? You said, how far out is that?
Yeah, so of the 11, 2 are shuttle vans, and they'll be delivered by the end of this fiscal year, so June of this year.
Okay.
The other 9, which are transit buses, they haven't started production, and production, it's typically taking around 18 months. So if you fast forward, that's going to push us into like August of next year, likely, or August of 2026.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's problematic because we want to rebrand before our goal to get to July 4th, 2026. So I want to talk about practicality, though, because this is a lot of money, even though we're going to get, a match on this. I think that I would suggest that maybe we discuss, we'll rebrand the 2 that we're going to get, and then from a subset of maybe the major routes, the ones that are get the most miles and the most seen, we should maybe pick some of those. This was a suggestion I got from Michael Knight. It was a great suggestion. That way we don't spend all of this money on this, and then we can, ease into this by doing some this year with the new vehicles, do some maybe this summer by selecting certain routes, and then maybe some more next spring by, revisiting before we get these other 9, so that we can bring this number down without breaking the bank here. We want to rebrand, and we want to bring that cultural heritage and that identity back to our city, and we don't want to wait too long, but we can't wait 18 months. So we got to find a compromise, in my opinion. So that would be the discussion I would want to have with the team up here. I like the design, so let me comment on the design. But I'd like to see something better. For example, like with the blue doesn't seem dark enough blue. Maybe that's just the shading here on what I'm seeing. But in my mind, I'm looking at something that's more forward, front. The flag is in the front, and then it goes all the way down the side. So it emotes movement, and then it kind of, this is transport, and it's America, and it kind of goes together. So I think I'd like to look at some other designs that more emote movement. In God We Trust. I mean, it's great up there on the side, but it'd be nice if it's right there on the front or right on the back. So I'm okay to where that goes, but I'd like the flag to be on the front and then kind of a waving backwards. Even if it's straight line backwards, it'd look kind of cool. That's my opinion, and I'll give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Beltran.
Along the same lines as Vice Mayor McCurvey, I think basing the routes on the ridership and the fixed routes would be a priority, those ones that are the most busiest. I don't know, I imagine staff, you guys would figure that out as far as not rebranding all of them at that time, but if it's half, that would financially help a little bit more. I like the idea of, I see what you mean, the kind of elongating that flag image more than just the color scheme. The only feedback on the In God We Trust and the Porterville Transit is which one do we want more vision on, I guess, to make sure that people, I guess they know it's Porterville Transit, but like you said, which one pops, which one goes, as far as if we want that in front of the Porterville Transit and Porterville Transit takes a back seat to that message. So I'd imagine if we get a little bit different version of what those images look like, maybe they can both contrast each other well enough, depending on the color scheme. I think if you go up to the first image of the bus, that's the real color, the actual one that's in play already.
Yeah.
So you're just saying maybe a darker shade of blue for that? It's kind of too light for, doesn't
Yeah, I
pop?
like, well, this one,
I have a vision on this too.
Okay, that was just my only idea of just kind of understanding. So thank you.
Councilman Green.
I think I saw something like what Ed's talking about on a bus, not physically, but it was on a concept drawing somewhere. I can't remember where it is, and I agree with Ed. That's just not quite, doesn't have enough pop to it.
Okay.
So I agree with that part, and then, I think we discussed this in briefing and the agenda about, you've got some older stuff that's gonna roll out pretty soon. You wanna spend $2,500 or $3,000 on something that's gonna be gone in 6 months? How many do we have that's gonna be around for a while? I'm talking about not the smaller transport vans, the bus stuff. How many do you have that's gonna be around long enough to make that worthwhile to spend extra dough on them?
With the 9 that are going to be delivered, say, in August of 2026, we'll probably keep 1 or 2 out of the 16 that we have. There is a federal requirement to have a 20% spare ratio. So part of the discussion, we have 6 routes, which requires 6 buses a day. By federal regulations, we should have a spare of 20%, so that's less than 2 buses as a spare.
You can't cut 1 in half, can you?
Yeah, so our spare ratio is a little higher, and that's due to some efforts to introduce electric vehicles, and we've kind of worked through those challenges. But I think with the new 9 coming, we'll keep two or 3 of the old fleet for a period of
So
time.
then maybe we could do the 2 that you're gonna pick out, cherry pick out of the fleet, and then maybe 2 or 3 more?
Yeah, I think
Like
to,
that, I'm just
Well,
throwing that out.
so Councilman, I'm jumping on you, Councilman Green. You want to, Councilman Rivas, you got a comment, and then I'll jump in. I'm wanting to bite at the bit here, so. Okay, so we'll talk about this. One, with the design. I want to go dark blue in the front. I want bigger stars that are white and pop. And then I want straight lines down the side, red and white. And in the white, we could do the black and God We Trust and Porterville Transit in that white stripe going down. And we could possibly do the Porterville Transit over the stars. But I'm thinking blue in the front with big stars, and then straight line flag going down.
You like that? I like
The wavy, like it's flowing?
I do, but that's just me.
That's an option, and I'm sure we could get both designs in looking at that. So with the cost of the routes, staff knows what buses are good, what buses are ready to be retired, right? This is going to be where your guys' professional discretion comes into play. What I would like to see, and not doing all these buses that are going to be going out of commission, but 6 of the route buses be wrapped, and then what do we run on microtransit? Like 5 microtransit buses a day? What does that look like?
yeah, on the microtransit, it's 3 to 4, actually.
3 to 4?
Yeah.
So, okay, so if we did 4 microtransit and 6 buses, the routes, what kind of cost would that be on the city to achieve the goal of, and really, I wanted to bring this with the Heritage Committee. We're ahead of the curve, which I don't mind. But what would that cost if we're talking 6 route buses and 4 microtransit?
I might need the finance director to do the math. I never really was good in math, and she often points that out. But thanks, Fern, for displaying the estimate. Now, this is an estimate based on the design concept that was proposed, so it could change a little bit, but for tonight's discussion, you're looking at 14,000 to wrap 6 buses each. So 14,000
Okay, so
times
that's-
6, and then the shuttle vans are round up to 6,000. So that four shuttle vans, 4 times 6,000. What are we looking at? 108,000?
So 108. So with that, we're kind of meeting in the middle between the 285, I think it was. And then that would give us that leg up on some of the vision that the council's bringing forward. What's staff's input on that? Do you have any comments with that?
No, I think it's a good approach to look at what is functional, to move forward, to not have, expend funds that will then, with reality, have these buses go out of commission. I think what we can do as staff is with this input, we could go back to the graphic artist and look at a few different renderings that encompass some of the ideas that have been put forward, as well as use those new ideas to then try to tighten up what that estimate would look like, to then receive direction at that point, to then move forward with those ideas, with those concepts. So if you pick concept 3, for example, and it costs X amount of dollars, we could then be able to go execute that. That'd be the timeliest way to approach it.
Okay. And then another thought, with the zero-emission microtransit bus, it's not up now, but it's a freshly done wrap, right? As far as my understanding, in the last year?
Actually, 2019, so it's coming on 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We just
2020 will round
Those
up.
ones don't just run like we would like, huh? That's why they look so fresh? A lot of shade time. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I was thinking if, maybe not wrap that one, if it's okay, because that kind of fits what we're trying to push, right? It doesn't have the "In God We Trust," but if one of those buses that we do wrap go down, that'll serve that void and still promote the all-American Felipe Martinez push that we're making here in the city. So, okay, so with that, we're talking 6 route buses, and I'm working on a motion here. 6 route buses, 4 microbuses, with a design that'll be brought back to council. We've kind of laid out our vision. Have we given enough clarity for staff to go forward?
Yes, I believe so. I believe we have a vision, and we'll bring back some renderings.
For council's clarification, do we need to make a motion, or is this something we table and bring back?
With the direction, I think you can just bring it back. Yeah, with the direction, you can bring it back.
Okay, so is everybody good with that? Is there any other comments?
No comment. Oh, I just have a question. When they do the wraps, is that done at factory or somebody else? It's moved to a different?
They do a lot of them at the corporation yard. At the corporation yard?
So we have a contractor who comes on site. We have a contractor who oftentimes comes on site to the corporation yard and wraps it in place at the corporation yard.
Okay, so we've given direction. Staff will bring the rebranding transit vehicles to another scheduled matter in a future meeting. We'll move on to agenda item number 22. Mr. Ridenhour.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Tree to provide agenda item number 22, which is the consideration to amend the fiscal year 24-25 Transit Division budget and program of projects.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ridenhour. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This item is not as exciting as the previous one, but it's very important. I consider it a cleanup budget amendment. So for tonight, I present for your consideration amendment to the fiscal year 24-25 Transit Division budget and program of projects to reflect the final financial reconciliation and the allocation of new funding. On June 18th of 2024, the City Council adopted the fiscal year 24-25 Transit Operating and Capital Improvement Program, also known as the Program of Projects. With that, we submitted documentation to TCAG and Caltrans for the Federal Transportation Improvement Program. And in On August 6, 2024, the council adopted Resolution 57-2024, amending the Transit Division budget to align with departmental needs and allocate federal funding. The amendment increased total financial assistance from $9.4 million to $15.5 million. Essentially, we had in reserves a large sum of federal funds that we had programmed for projects, much like the vehicles that we talked about in the previous item, where we are purchasing 9 new transit buses and a couple of shuttle vans. Due to the final reconciliation with the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency and the allocation of new SB 125 funding, it's necessary to amend the transit budget once again. This amendment includes the following key updates. First, federal and state capital financial assistance slightly increases from $15.56 million to $16.4 million. Second, the local match requirement will actually be reduced slightly from $5.9 million or $5.97 million to $5.93 million, easing the city's financial contribution. Number 3, the total budget will increase from $21.5 million to $22.3 million. And the fiscal year 2024-25 program of projects has been updated to include new SB 125 funding for the city's new maintenance facility and updated project costs estimates for critical infrastructure improvements. For council's consideration, staff recommends that the city council approve the draft resolution adopting the amended fiscal year 24-25 Transit Division budget and program of projects. 2, or second, authorize staff to submit the necessary updates to TCAG and the FTA. And then lastly, direct staff to report back on key projects, the status of key projects during the next quarterly update. That's the conclusion of the staff report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. We'll bring it back to the council. Mr. Rivas, do you have any questions?
No comment.
Councilman Green, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Councilman Beltran, any questions? Vice Mayor McCurvey?
No questions.
Okay, I believe there's no questions at this time, Mr. Tree, so you did well. How would council like to go forward with this?
I'll make the motion to accept staff recommendations 1 through 3.
I'll second. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 23.
Thank you, Your
Honor.
Honor. This item is for council's consideration of approval to enter into a joint powers authority agreement between the city of Porterville and Porterville Irrigation District. I've asked Assistant City Manager, Mr. Michael Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour, Mayor, and members of council. I apologize for bringing the wet blanket to the humor of transit tonight with a water item, so I will do my best. The item tonight is to discuss the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, enacted in 2014 that mandates the establishment of groundwater sustainability agencies to oversee the sustainable management of groundwater resources within medium and high priority basins, which Tulare County qualifies as at the Tule Subbasin. The City of Porterville and PID were previously part of the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency, which was responsible for groundwater management in the region. However, on September 17th, 2024, the State Water Resource Control Board placed the Tule Subbasin on probation due to deficiencies in the ETGSA's Groundwater Sustainability Plan. In response to the city and PID having determined that forming a new, more localized GSA will better serve the groundwater management needs of both agencies. The proposed Porterville Groundwater Sustainability Agency will be formed through a JPA agreement between the City of Porterville and PID. This agreement establishes a new governance structure to implement SGMA regulations, develop a groundwater sustainability plan, and coordinate with the other GSAs in the Tule Subbasin. In the staff report, we've identified key provisions. The creation of the Joint Powers Authority will establish the Porterville Groundwater Sustainability Agency as a public entity separate from its members. The purpose and responsibilities is to serve as a GSA for portions of the Tule Subbasin under the jurisdiction of the city and Porterville Irrigation District. Development and implement a groundwater sustainability plan to meet the SGMA compliance regulations. Engage with stakeholders, conduct data collection, and negotiate coordination agreements with other GSAs. The governance structure, as is presented to council tonight for consideration, a 4-member board of directors consisting of 2 members from PID, one member from the Porterville City Council, and 1 city staff member representative. The board will oversee policy decisions, budget allocations, and SGMA compliance. Financial considerations, the initial funding will be shared between the city and Porterville Irrigation District based on the agreed-upon cost-sharing formulas yet to be defined. Future funding mechanisms may include state grants, groundwater extraction fees, and other local assessments. The agreement does provide a withdrawal and termination section in there. Any member may withdraw within 180 days of notice. The JPA remains in effect unless termination by unanimous agreement. While the exact costs have yet to be finalized, as mentioned previously in the staff report, the initial administrative expenses are anticipated to be cost-shared between the City of Porterville and Porterville Irrigation District. Additionally, state and federal grants opportunities for those will be pursued in the short and long-term operational periods, especially as it relates to projects defining sustainability within the city and in the irrigation district. This city's share of costs will be allocated from the Water Operating Fund. The formation of the Porterville Groundwater Sustainability Agency is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as it involves the governmental administrative actions related to groundwater management compliance under SGMA. By entering to the Joint Powers Agreement, the PID or Porterville Irrigation District and the City of Porterville would take a proactive role in sustainable groundwater management, ensuring local control over groundwater resources and compliance with SGMA. The new agency will provide a more effective governance structure while addressing state-imposed deficiencies in the groundwater sustainability framework. The recommendations before council tonight is to approve the Porterville Groundwater Sustainability Agency Joint Powers Agreement between the City of Porterville and Porterville Irrigation District, authorize the appointment of a council member and/or if council chooses a staff member to sit on the Porterville GSA board, authorize the mayor to sign the attached JPA agreement to form the Porterville GSA. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you for the report, Assistant Manager Michael Knight. We'll bring it back to council. Councilman Beltran, you have any input?
No, thank you for the great report, and thank you for dumbing it down for us, because I know this is complicated. But I appreciate the report, the explanation. Not apples to apples, but similar to the situation with TCRTA, where there's a great idea of this behind, but I know with water and the state regulations, it's made it difficult for our area. And so just as that Eastern Tule GSA basically no longer exists, this is a great part of, again, having local control. And thank you for your leadership and your knowledge and that vision and putting Porterville in a good position to have its own water securities with a lot of these issues. Just thank you for your expertise on that. And I know it says here we need to authorize a council member and a staff member, and my input would be I would hope that you would take that honor and representing the staff on that board. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Rivas.
Well, like I said, like Mr. Beltran said, I mean, apples is apples. I mean, this is a great report. I'm barely getting my feet wet on all this information. I'm glad you broke it down to where it's pretty simplified. And I just want to, with that, it's a great report, and I hope this keeps us afloat in regards to groundwater, and we don't have to worry about it as much. And I know there's some good leaders here. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Knight, a question just for clarification and going forward, or just thinking about it, is Porterville Irrigation District, do they have any land or watering areas in the white water area?
No.
None. Okay, just, thank you for that. Councilman Green?
Just one question for clarification, Mr. Knight. We vote on this now. Does this set this thing in motion? Or is this just to consider the joint powers agreement?
It's to enter into the agreement. So this will be entering into an agreement with Porterville Irrigation District to form the JPA. So it's going before city.
Deal if we vote on it
Yes.
tonight. Okay.
Correct. So this is going before city council first. We've worked with Porterville Irrigation District staff and attorney, along with the city attorney in drafting the JPA. And so they will be meeting on the, I believe, the 19th. Some schedules have shifted because of the farm show, so they would normally meet before that, but they're scheduled to meet on the 19th. And so we will be making the decision first, and then it'll go for their board consideration on the 19th, I believe.
Personally, I think we need to table this, because I don't think most of us up here understand well enough to go ahead forward with this thing at this moment. Now, if we're voting on it to set it in stone tonight or not, then if we're not, I'm fine with going ahead and, how would I want to put this? Considering it for final resolution
The action before you is to consider entering into the JPA
tonight.
tonight, correct?
Well, that's the way I look at it right now, because I don't think we know enough, we're not that well educated to know
Just to,
what's gonna lead us down the road in
And
5 years.
if, so what I'm trying to, you're talking like a study session or something to,
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, Mr.
okay,
can I just provide also some clarification?
Yes.
This is exactly the same JPA we're already a part of, with the names changed. So it's something that we're already a part of with the ETGSA.
Yeah.
And because of the considerations that are being made and other members pulling out through this process, is basically, we're in two GSAs if we enter into right now, until the end of the water year.
yeah.
So there's timelines, like there's notices and processes that have to go through DWR to establish that agency. And so this is essentially a replacement of the existing JPA where we're at now, and it's going to phase out. That timeline hasn't been publicly discussed, and so I don't have a timeline to provide council tonight, but that agency will phase out, and there will need to be a new agency established for us to be a member to. So this is essentially the same exact thing we're a part of now. It just reduces the number of participants to us and the irrigation district that we overlap into.
I agree with what you just said. The only thing that I don't like personally is the 4-member board, and I'll get to that when I take my time. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Possible, I'd like to work through any questions if I can.
Of
you know,
course.
As far as the
Yeah,
time.
no, we'll need, yes.
No, I just wanted to say thank you, Michael. I learned a lot in the last couple of weeks, couple of months about water, and this seems like a simple thing. It looks like, you know, it's going to actually give us some advantages. How many people are on the current, how many board members are there in the current GSA? The one
There were
we're in?
9, because there's 9
There's
individuals.
9. 9's too many, right?
Yeah.
And I think I might echo Greg's, the mayor's sentiment about 4. We need to have an odd number. I know the acreage is going to be,
I apologize, just clarification, 3 have already pulled out, so it's reducing as we
yeah,
speak.
so it's 6, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's going to go down when we leave. No, I think it's a good move. I think we've done our homework on this. I'm concerned about, of course, I got trust issues with everybody. The thing is that you can trust it when it starts, but later on, you want to make sure you have a dividing vote. I think with the amount of people that Porterville serves, just to have a 2-person vote, I think that I would like to see 2 board members and, or 5 total, 2 councilmen and 1 alternate, instead of one councilman and one alternate. That's my vision of it, but I think it's worthwhile doing. I just think we need to go forward with an odd number.
I would, and I'll give you opportunity to comment on that, and I kind of echo the same thing. I think 2 electeds from this dais and then staff, and I would go with Councilman Beltran's, or echo Councilman Beltran's comments. 1, local control, that gives us that control, and then also nominating Mr. Knight to be that staff member, because you are crucial in the water world here locally.
So point of clarification for myself. So are you stating, so it'd be 2, what we'd like to see is 2 members from Porterville Irrigation District, 2 council members, and a staff member as a member of the board or as an alternate? Because I heard an alternate there, so I just want to
No, I would like you to be a member, because you serve, see, this is my opinion on record. You serve both entities and are very talented, and you bring a lot to the table, and I know that they want you at the table in that sense. And so, and I think that even as you bring people up underneath you, and maybe you move on to bigger dreams in life, whatever comes, right? You may be here and retire out in Porterville, but a staff member from the city of Porterville is going to be crucial on this future JPA. Do you have any comments to that on what?
No, it's council's decision. I just, this was our best stab at it, and so.
So we can move forward, if the council would like to move forward with that, with having, with directing the city attorney to then present, and Mr. Knight to have 3 representatives from the city of Porterville.
Yes.
And then PID could then consider that. I just want to make the council aware of, if the negotiations do fall apart, more than likely what we'd have to do is inform our own GSA, and then we would bear all the administrative costs of that. So this is an effort to share in those costs.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, and that, I think they're in the same realm as well, right? Trying to share the cost. I don't know their financial status, but I think the city could handle it a little better and have full local control. And also just want to echo with what Mr. Knight was talking about with people pulling out of the JPA. I've talked with their county supervisor, and he is not in opposition of this move for the city. He also agrees that it would probably be the best move for our city in that sense. And so I just want to put that out there. I've talked to other local farmers in the area. The city does not bank water. We do have a credit. We have a credit around 3,000 acre feet a year, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Knight.
Last fiscal year, we had 3,000 acre feet credit towards our extraction.
So we're sufficient on our own. We're meeting SGMA laws. Something that I didn't ask yesterday, but I asked today, was the PID. Are they in the white area at all? And that's the big thing, is the lawsuits from Frank Kern Canal and what's going on, and really breaking up the ETGSA. Ultimately, with the information I have, I'm comfortable going forward tonight without a study session. It's with those recommendations that it's 2 electeds and a board, a staff member on the board, so it'd be 3, in pushing that forward in negotiations.
I would just ask, is there any way for me to work some flexibility in this? So if I go back and we say we want 3 representatives from the city of Porterville, now what if they say they want 3 representatives from the district? This was the scenario we talked about.
Discussion.
So then we get back to an even number again, so I'm just trying to work it in to where it doesn't prolong it, that we can actually, process.
So then what would the counter be? Then we just go back to the 4?
Well, or they would say, okay, if you have 3, then we want 3. So we have equal representation.
Well, that would,
If
that would
the condition is that
defeat
it
the
not be
purpose we're trying to
equal,
do.
then that's the condition, I think is what they're saying. But then
what
we
I'm
need to know what the alternative's going to be. If you're wanting to move forward, we need to know what our alternate, we need an approval of an alternative.
Contingency.
That may just be us being our own GSA.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, is so if it's the issue of being even numbers, so the action, and I've tried to explain all that, but whatever council is concerned with, that's your job to make those decisions. So as a result of that, they may come back and say if we have 3, they want 3, right?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing we could do is we could propose, this is an option. We could actually say, look, if we're going to have 3, then we're willing to share costs proportionately in the same way as well. So instead of it being 50/50 cost sharing, it would be something more
don't
like
want-
2/3 cost
I
sharing.
wouldn't
No?
recommend that.
He's like, no.
No, please.
So we're not doing that.
I
So
wouldn't
it's either,
recommend that.
apparently it's either 50/50 or we're doing it.
Okay, what would it cost to form, because you got to hire staff on this, but we have internal staff in on this. I mean, go ahead, Mr. Knight.
I don't want to speculate in public comment, but it would be a lot of money.
Okay.
Would it be more than $1 million?
Yes, it would.
So I would make a comment just to continue this discussion. What are the other alternatives to get that tie-breaking vote that we could use if it's not adding a second councilman?
I can propose a discussion on that. I mean, if it is a tie-breaking vote that we ask for, it just gets into a situation where then if you have a tie-breaking vote, who's making the decision? If it's not a city representative, or if it's an irrigation district representative, we're back to a match.
Because it's a
again.
two-party JPA.
You almost
so-
need another party to throw it
Yes.
out.
Which is why that's exactly why, so normally I don't recommend an even number. But in this case, given the parties and given the circumstances, I said, I think it's better to have, because actually I think they had it the other way. They didn't mean to, as it
Yeah.
turns out. But they agreed that it should just be 2 and 2.
So that when they brought it to us, they wanted 3 and 2 for
They
us.
didn't. They were trying, I think that they wanted to have it done a certain way, and I think their attorney read it wrong, and then she put it in that way. It was not really intentional to be that way. So
What was
they were
that
perfectly
way?
fine. It was 3 and, was it 2 and 1? It was weird. It was odd.
It was, I
And
think we had,
so-
an alternate.
So we
position.
talked through it, and they're like, oh, yeah, no problem. They wanted it there, because like I said, it wasn't intentional. So then we were at 2 and 2, which we agreed would.
You mean the attorney drafted something and then they said it wasn't intentional?
Well, no, because she was trying to take the old one and
It was,
change
yeah,
it.
we've got to plus, minus the 2 plus the 1, all that.
We were having a discussion about it. It was a workable document.
If it's 2 and 2, could we do rock, paper, scissors on the deciding?
Coin toss, a city
It's a
coin?
scary thought.
I think also something to consider,
Yeah.
so
I am still in the position where I want the 3
Okay.
and the 2. Take that to them and let's see what their counter is.
Just on a consideration, so I've tried to provide some alternatives in evaluating how decisions are made. So, it's by management zone, whether it be irrigation district, city, unanimous decisions across the board. So I've tried to provide those mechanisms. Would it be better, I know you want 2 electeds, so we put 2 electeds. Would it be better if you just did 2 electeds and I tell them that I'm an alternate to that, so that you have the ability to have 2 board members on there? Because I'm just trying to read between the lines because I don't have all the information. Is it the fact of having 2 electeds on the board and they're 2 electeds? 'Cause
Well, I don't want to.
I don't have any personal issue about it.
No, and I don't want to take you out of the room. I don't want to take city staff out of that room. And so maybe we'd have to have clarification on closed session items where our staff member can be involved in that
And
as the alternate.
It was discussed when large items, and I apologize if I didn't bring it up in the briefing, but it was discussed previously, how do we handle some of these big items? Because there's decisions being made, right? And you want to know what those impacts are. And we basically said those items would go back to our home council. So if there's items that need the home council's review and consideration, it would be an item brought back by staff, or, it's funny, I'll be at the meeting and writing the staff report at the same time, but bring that back to you for the home council's consideration, for you to make have that input and to receive updates and status of where we're at, and they would be doing the same thing. So just to kind of provide some of that detail for you, if that helps. I'm just trying to assist in the evaluation.
So Julia, we can't operate independently. We have to have an organization.
We could.
Well, we can be our own GSA.
It's just going to cost.
The whole point of this was to share costs with somebody, so it would be so administratively expensive. Yeah.
Well, I just
And
want
we
to
have
ask
a
that
partnership
question.
with them already, right?
Yes.
And that's where we end up if we get deadlocked and we do the 180 days and we end up in that same place, right? So if there's a major issue and we disagree on it, we pull out and we start our own or do something different.
Or we could stay in the E ETGSA.
No,
Now it sounds crazy. huh?
no.
We'll share the cost there.
You will be the E ETGSA.
Well, we'd be in it with the county.
So it doesn't sound like council has any other,
That's the biggest issue.
so you want 3 members and a alternate, and that's where we're at.
So,
Not an alternate. I'd like 3 members.
Just 3 members altogether?
Yes.
Okay.
is there a particular reason for the 3 members, other than, I mean, I don't understand. We're going to get reports and all that back.
Well, it'll make an odd number. I love what you said in the beginning, local control.
Well,
Well, 2 and 2,
What
you still
agreement-
have it because you're going to force consensus to get to decisions.
what agreement would the city of Porterville go into when there's a majority vote on the other side? We would never do that. So we're setting Mr. Knight up for failure, and so I don't like him going in there like that we're just setting him up for failure. There's no point in us having to fit, yes, we have the credits, we're sustainable as far as our participation in groundwater, all those requirements. It's the financial side. As we make these decisions long-term, they do have a big impact on us. So if we can have, what would benefit them would also benefit us. This isn't like we're fighting each other. This is mutually agreed upon. I would imagine 99% of things that are going to be voted on, we're going to agree on, or we'll come to a consensus on that 1% we don't. I don't think, as a board, they would ever decide we're going to give the majority vote to the other entity. So I think it's just setting it up for failure, my opinion. So we could have the 3 board members, like you said, 2 council and 1 staff member, and they're just asked to do the same. So I'm just looking out from their side. I would reject it too.
Well, I just with what you said, we're going to vote 99% of the time together, so then that would, what's the big deal if we had 3 in that case? But, okay, so ultimately, you're not comfortable with going to PID with that kind of motion?
I'm comfortable doing my job no matter what. So if that's what council's direction is and tell me to go, that's what council's recommendation, that's what I'll go tell them. I mean, I just can't guarantee that it's going to
Of course.
all work out. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So I'll provide that, and if it goes into another discussion where maybe they want 3 members, and I'll end up bringing it back to council for you guys to evaluate it.
I think it's worth doing that, but I also want to understand what you said earlier, that if any large issues came up, that there was a disagreement, it would come back to this body.
Absolutely,
But what are the criteria on that? What's the definition of large? What, I mean.
We'll
could you-
develop that in the bylaws. At this point, we're just at the JPA stage. If we get the JPA done, then the JPA then adopts bylaws, which then they'll recommend they adopt them, but they have to take them to the bodies to also get approved.
Right, so we'll have to bring them to our home board to even approve the bylaws, then you have all the input of resolution or whatever council's comments are on that.
We do that with TCR too. Whenever there's a large budget item or shift in plans, whatever board member was there would bring it back to council and we'd discuss that in closed session about what's the move as a body.
We are going to do some things differently than that particular JPA, though, because that JPA did not have bylaws, and we'll have bylaws for this one.
bad
Along with
example.
fiscal policies on how the finance and administrative expenses are divided.
Okay,
I have a question. Quick question. What's our timeline today in regards to shifting this to the PID from the pre-existing one?
Preferably, I
Preferably?
apologize, I didn't anticipate it, turning into what it did, so I apologize. So yeah, the hope was to have the discussion and council consensus today, and then get it to them to consider on the 19th, so that then the filing process can begin with DWR, and then we can go to work to start getting draft documents to review and then eventually bring back to council for consideration.
In timeframe, layman's terms, 6 months?
Oh, no. We're talking probably in the next 2 to 3 months.
Okay. And then as far as the
3 months
ET,
being the latest.
how long does it take to pull out of the ETGSA?
We will not be pulling out of the ETGSA. We're in it until the end right now, because it's, so what it is we'll be in both similar as this thing unravels, because we have investments in that already. So we've made contributions to the operation, we paid staff, there's studies, it's a large effort that's been taken on by the ETGSA. And so until they make that determination, and I will give you a estimate of when that would dissolve, and it hasn't been stated, so this is my own opinion, is by the end of the water year, which I would say they have to make a decision by the end of the water year before they make the next allocation for water. So that would be in October.
October.
So September, end of September, the 1st of October.
Okay.
One more question. What would be the worst-case scenario if we just drag this out?
It's a couple different angles. I am trying to think exact, so you mean as not joining a GSA?
Joining and just creating our own and just everything. So if we don't act today, what would be the worst-case scenario? Just give me
If would be.
just drag it on and just drag this
The
on.
penalties from the state of California. And then ultimately, those penalties drag into receiving any funds or grant applications because you're in noncompliance.
Could also be fined. We can be charged. Yeah.
I think it's interesting that their lawyer drafted something to begin with that.
It did. Trust me, when, the way she had it, it was not intentional. She had, because it was divided up, and she just missed changing the top. It didn't even match inconsistently. It wasn't meant to, it was not
They all
intentional.
start somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's usually
Yeah.
a
Okay.
working document, so.
Okay,
Well, I'm starting to think that this is going to be a bridge to something that we, possibilities in the future. I'm willing to acquiesce to the 4 as long as we have the ability to bring it back here. And I would change my position on that after this discussion.
Okay. Now, when you say 4, are you talking 2 electeds and Mr. Knight as the alternate with the option to go into closed session? Or are you talking 4 Mr. Knight and 1 elected?
That's a good question.
Would there be a problem with quorums on those issues when you have too many council members or too many members? Sometimes that's a problem too.
I think they'll have to define a specific number because.
That's another concern. We have too many bodies and it's
I think for what it's worth, wasn't PID, because they were having the same kind of discussion, or through their lawyer, they were sort of having that same discussion. They thought they may end up with 2 electeds and an alternate too, right? So it would be okay if that's what you guys want to do, because I have a feeling that's probably what they're going to do. They're the same, almost the same mindset with regard to how they wanted to do that, so.
Okay, so I would be good with 2 electeds, but also with the ability, as our alternate, being the staff member, is able to go into closed session discussions.
They will work it that way, yes.
Okay, so,
That's how they generally operate.
okay, that's something I'm comfortable with. Does staff have any input on this anymore? I know we've done the round robin.
I just need names.
Okay, well, we need to make a motion in a second first and then nominate names. Okay, so I'll make a motion for the recommendations I just made to the JPA, where we have 2 electeds and then a staff member, and I'm nominating Michael Knight to be that staff member as the alternate, with also the capability to go into closed session discussions. So that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any other comments?
Are we going to select committee members now, or is that once it's established?
Yeah, I would prefer.
Okay, let's do that
That way,
now.
if we start having discussions and we can.
Are there any volunteers that, it needs to be separate, right? That's what I thought. So we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, now let's move into conversations of who wants to be on the newly formed JPA, if they agree to our terms.
I'm confident.
They will.
They're confident they will. Okay, is there anyone that wants to do this?
I would volunteer, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. McCurvey, is there anyone else? Okay, I'll also volunteer as well then.
And so we need a motion to approve them, you two as the members with, and you can actually add in that Mike Knight will be the alternate with that if you'd like.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for myself and Vice Mayor McCurvey and Director or Assistant City Manager Michael Knight as the alternate.
I answer to hate you anymore, it's fine.
I'll second.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to the pulled items by myself. Agenda item number 7. Would you like to give any?
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff is available to provide a presentation or to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, there was just comments about hiring local, and the preference is obviously to QK Inc. They have an address in Porterville. We had this conversation yesterday. You know, we always want to try to get the most local guy, and we have the ability to show discretion on this here, this project, but something that came to my attention yesterday's, in our meeting yesterday, Four Creeks is actually had a satellite office in Porterville at one time, very similar to QK Inc. Am I correct on that statement?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and so I just wanted to bring that clarification because there was some comments with who's local. They're both local companies, and I just wanted to make that point. Is there any other comments?
Javier, could you comment on the waiting process and the subjectivity of it and why you waited Four Creeks and you decided Four Creeks over QK?
Sure. Excuse me. Four Creeks came out on top because they were the most qualified firms. So anytime we engage in selection of professional services, we follow a qualifications-based selection, which is required by the state in their Mini Brooks Act. This dates back to 1990. They followed the Brooks Act from 1972 of the feds. So there's a lot of history to this of the process that we follow. And it's in the government code 4525 through 4529. And it just states that all consultants will be selected based on qualifications. And so in our rating form, we do have up to 3 points out of 100 that we give for local firms. And so that's the extent of the local preference. And with our current practice or the practice over the years, local has been defined by Fresno to Bakersfield for us, only because there's a limited amount of firms in the area.
Which one got the local points of the 3?
They all did because...
They all did, so they're all equal.
Mm-hmm.
They're all considered local. I just noticed in the questioning, and I know this is I've done some of these myself.
Right.
It's very subjective, and the difference between Four Creeks and QK is only a couple of percentage points. And because there's no objective measures in your weighting, I wanted to ask you to come and tell us why you would pick them over QK if they're both considered local. You know, why are you passionate? Do they present it better? Do you have a better relationship with them? What is it that's causing you to weight them better than QK and the other?
So we released the request for qualifications. We received statement of qualifications from the three firms that are in the report, which is Four Creeks, QK, and Vanner. And based on that, we scheduled interviews. And so we set up a 5-member committee, selection committee panel to rate them based on their interviews. There was a set of questions that were put together that all the firms were asked, and in the same format, and every member rated each firm based on how the responses were. And so I wouldn't say that with either of the firms were lacking anything. It's just the firm right above the next one did a little bit more to stand out. I'd say in the case of Four Creeks, which is the recommended firm to go with on this project, is that this project is going to be involved. There's a lot of facets to the construction of this building, and so they showed, and they had on the meeting that we had a number of team members that are able to provide better support for each of the facets of construction. So you have folks that are generally involved in just standard construction, some that specialize in electrical and mechanical and so forth. And so that's what they did to stand out, is the depth of the team that they provided was just something that we felt could not be passed up, because they provided the best value for this project and for the city, because it is going to be a very important project for the city for a very long time.
Well, that's a great answer. Thank you, Javier, for answering that question, because it gives me more confidence now.
Right.
I'm trying to understand that process, but, the one takeaway that I'm going to have here is, besides this item, is that we're considering Bakersfield local, and I don't think about it that way. And so we're going to have a discussion about what we consider local in the future and how that weighting is applied.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there any other questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion to go with staff recommendation.
I second that motion.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Moving on to schedule matter, now schedule matter number 8. The authorization to conduct a public hearing to consider adjustments to release rates and approval of draft master ground lease agreement for the Porterville Municipal Airport. Just wanted to open it up if you have any input.
Just for the record, I just realized reading the recommendation, it sounds like you guys are approving the actual master ground lease tonight. You're not. We're going to set a public hearing and have the
Yes.
approvals all the approvals at the next meeting. So I just want to make that clear, but I know that it looks like the draft was provided just for review, but we're not asking for approval of the draft lease tonight. Just
Gotcha. And I think what I want to do is go on record just talking about some of the numbers. I know that we have a strong community, I'd say, out at the airport, and so we put out kind of the rate increases that are being recommended by this consultant before the public hearing. Sometimes it's difficult as community members to look at reports like this and pick out certain things changes that will be coming to them. And so that's why I pulled this report and wanted to talk on it. And I'll go ahead and start. Just some of the concerns of mine is with the restaurant. We talked a little bit about it yesterday in my city manager's meeting. Some of the rate increases is going to go from 45 cents per square foot to $1.25 per square foot, which monthly, that's equivalent. Right now, they're paying around $1,400 a month for the restaurant at the airport. It's looking to go to $3,900. Now, I do know that, and we talked about this yesterday, they have a contract that still lasts for 2 more years. And if we are to follow through with this consultant's recommendations, that rate increase in the 2 years still has to come to council. Just
Correct. So at the time of that contract coming up, there would be decisions made. More likely what we would do is do an RFP, open it back up again. Through this process, more than likely, as that'd be 2 years from now, we would have an updated appraisal for only the restaurant, and then seek people that are interested in. I would hope that the current operator would be interested in that conversation. Then the city would enter into negotiations on that.
Thank you, Mr. Redenauer. And then another thing that jumped out to me is for small land parcels, which these are people that own their hangar or renting the land that the hangar is on. These are private pilots, I would label as. They are going from 39 cents per square foot to 80 cents per square foot. Now, this one's not as impactful, but it is doubling their costs. They're going to go from $136.50 a month to $280 a month, or annually $1,600 to $3,360. So I also like there's pros with this, and I know we're going to have a public hearing and go through with this. I know it's getting late and we all want to go home, but bringing revenue into the city, also following some of the FFA regulations in trying to obtain grant funds in the future from the FAA. I also like some of the ideas of GPS software for tracking planes coming and going, and landing fees for the future of the airport, and that crown jewel we call that we need to polish and bring forward. So there's some of my statements. You guys answered my questions yesterday. I appreciate your time with the meeting. Turn it back to staff. Is there, the council, is there any questions? Councilman Beltran?
Yeah, just some clarification on some of the stuff that you brought up. I think the larger picture is just like our water and sewer rates, our trash rates, and even when we were looking at park impact fees, I think the city is really behind in funding a lot of our departments like this. But kind of on the rent, I see that's a large increase, but if I can remember right, we also purchased like the freezer refrigeration unit, like we taxpayers paid for that, and they, good point, out of their, so there's some negotiation may be done on something like that, but as far as what their costs are, but I'm curious, with FAA funding, oh, sorry, is it FAA, I'm like FFA.
You got it right, yeah.
Is it kind of like this, like when we're asking for grants and we're asking for funding like this, are we impacted by when they look at our books that we're not creating enough revenue for it to be sustainable, so therefore we have to raise these fees so that when we do apply for grants and stuff like that, that it says, hey, Porterville's charging what they're supposed to, we're not subsidizing them, kind of like we did, like I previously mentioned with refuge and stuff?
Yeah, excuse me. When we met with the FAA, a couple comments that they made. One is they don't want airports giving away the land that's valuable. And second, that the spaces, the rates are conducted by a market analysis, that it creates safe, self-sustaining airport.
So if we didn't raise these rates at some point, it could negatively impact us in applying for grants and future funding, especially knowing that we're going to try to revitalize that area with the extension of the runway and what have you. So it's in our best interest to kind of follow those guidelines. So thank you.
Yeah, I had some other questions, and we talk about market analysis, and we were just talking about this with Javier and the building team. The market analysis, I have some questions about the basics of the market analysis. So we're the same as Bakersfield, we're the same as Visalia, we're not. And so that's not the same market. We are actually similar to Delano. That actually comes out in the numbers as a small town. I think there's some flaws in the market analysis. That's my issue with this. And not just because I think local, just because those are bigger markets and they're different markets. And I also think that if we're going to talk about getting funds for FAA, one of the things that's really going to help us is demand, right? We don't have a lot of demand, and so if we go in to raise these rates, I want to make sure we're doing a really good market analysis where it's apples to apples and not apples to oranges. This, to me, seems a little bit skewed the way it's presented. I think we could use some other, maybe we could add some others in here to round this out, because it seems a little bit skewed towards raising the rates at a higher level. I also think that there's a possibility here that if we decide to do this, and we could do this at a later time, that we would ease into these changes. We wouldn't do them overnight, though, because they're quite a big jump that we'd have to make. And so that would be my concerns, because I really think the market analysis and comparing these other airports has got some flaws in it. And there's some premise issues there that I have with it. I know we want to be bigger, but we can't just be bigger. So we got to be who we are, right? And so I think we're closer to some other airports, and the market analysis doesn't reflect that, in my opinion. That was my issues with it. That's what comments I have.
Councilman Rivas, any comments?
No comment.
Councilman Green?
I'm in agreement with Ed. I think that's quite a jump, and I think it's, like you said, it's out. Porterville's a different market than numerous other places here. So I agree with that.
Those are the markets they're comparing to. That's what he was talking about. Yes. Okay, so with that, we'll go
Yeah,
ahead.
If I may provide some insight, I've worked with appraisers for several years and sought to understand how they look at things several times and so oftentimes as they go out and look at the markets, they look to see what they can find comparable. With this, obviously, is an airport, so it's limited, so they're looking at the airports regionally around us. I have not spoken to the appraiser particularly on this project. I haven't been in the granular on this. We have great staff working on it. But I tell you, historically, in speaking with with the appraiser, that when they look at it and there's different markets, they do take that into account. So there is an adjustment made on their side. They do show what all the rents are, but they then do also take that into account of the location, the actual service area of what they're appraising. So it's not a direct apples to apples, and so they do take that into consideration with the value that they do place on this.
Thank you for that, Mr. Reidenhauer. If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to go forward with staff recommendation and are we going to be having a public hearing at the next meeting? Yes, February 18th. So with that, that'll be my motion. Let's go forward for the public hearing.
I'll second that motion.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, we're moving on to AB 1234 reports, or 1234 reports. So we'll start with Tulare County Economic Development Corp. I wasn't able to attend the meeting. Mr. Reidenhauer, if you could fill my void.
Yes, thank you. So yes, I attended. I am the alternate for the mayor on the TCEDC. We had a board meeting on January 22nd. At the board meeting, we received a presentation from Race Communications. They are putting fiber, micro-trenching fiber throughout the valley, and so they are gave an update that they are just about complete with Tulare, and they will be starting their Porterville project soon. So I believe they have gotten some permits from us, and they will be moving forward. And I believe that they will be coming to council to present in oral communications at a future meeting about their project.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Reidenhauer, for that report. Okay, moving on to Cal City's new mayors and council members academy. We could start with Vice Mayor. Do you have any comments?
I had a good time, and we got our training done. That was awesome. And of course, they did it at the last class of the whole thing to keep everybody there.
They always do that.
Lots of interesting conversations. You know, we met a lot of great folks that were just elected throughout the state, had a lot of great conversations. The networking was phenomenal. Lori took good care of us, setting us up down there, and we really learned a lot. You know, I was able to interact with folks from all over the state. And I just want to say that I think there's a lot of value in the Cal Cities. I do have some issues with their lobbying and their agenda. Their values in Cal Cities don't match Porterville values. And so I've got some concerns about that, and I may make a motion about that, Mr. Mayor. But I think it was, on balance, a very positive experience. It was very interesting to watch the city councilman from the fire areas, and the tone and the tenor in that meeting about really pushing back on some of the lawyers and the leadership in the ethics training about some of the things that are going on with our cities and how our city managers and our legal counsels around the state really do control our councils in ways that prevent them from helping the people that they serve. And that got a really loud round of applause, 250 people saying this is a problem. And we know we're always trying to find a balance on that, but I think it seemed like an inflection point with them, and they're going to go back to the drawing board on some of those things. But it's a difficult thing to teach. There was a lot of scenarios, but they told us everything was go back and talk to Julia. If you got any questions, go see Jason. Yes. And they'll take care of you. And that's true. We know that to be true. We just got to find the right balance in that so that we're all working together. And there was some good training on that. And we learned a lot from some of the technical classes, too, on building and some innovative ways to do some things. And so I got a lot of value out of it. However, I would say that I'd like to make a motion that we freeze all dues if we're dues-paying members until we have a chance to evaluate and align our goals in this council with the goals of Cal Cities. I think we could still enjoy going there, but I don't want our money going to their lobbying. That was my output.
Can we make a motion in the middle?
No,
It would
we
be
can
in
set it
other
for a
matters?
future agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Rivas, you have any comments on the Cal Cities new mayor's meeting?
No, just it was a very enlightening experience, a lot of material to go over, met a lot of good people, a lot of experience over there. But yeah, they kept us to the last class, the 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of us wanted to leave by the second day, but we couldn't. But like I said, we met a lot of interesting people. We spoke with the Palisade and Pasadena council members, and they had a lot to vent about some of the things that they experienced while the fires were going through. But in all, they praised all the firefighters, all the first responders. But with that, we got together, we formed a good little community and we made good contacts. And like I said, it was good, and I enjoyed it, and very informative. But so with that, I want to turn that back to the mayor.
Okay, Councilman Green.
My sentiments exactly with that. I mean, we had a great time. We met some very interesting people. As Ed says, the class that you have to stay for, it's the last day, it's the last program, a captive audience. So, but kind of what Ed pretty much covered it all, I think, Mr. Vice Mayor. But I had a great time. It was a new experience for me, believe me. Country bumpkin going down to Los Angeles, meeting a lot of people that a lot more experience than you do. But it was interesting. I didn't think I was going to have that much of a great time, but I found it to be, we had some hilarious times. And with that, I close.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just to clarify, some of the major talks on some of the newly electeds, and as 2 years in and now the newly elected mayor, I have a little experience in going into this and knowing the difference between an enterprise and the color of money, right, and in these conversations. One thing that really stood out about some of these conversations with the electeds that represented communities that went to ashes, that burned down. Malibu councilwoman was very outspoken on what was going on. And even with the declaration of emergency, the staff and city attorney were still forcing the council to abide by the Browns Act. And that was her biggest issue, is the Browns Act was handicapping the ability for the council to collaborate and try to drive a vision together in helping the community. And so my advice to her, and I'm not a lawyer, of course, but I thought if you're in a declaration of emergency, you should be able to bypass certain things to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, there's an actual provision in the Brown Act for that. So
Okay,
I'm not
and
quite sure where that's coming from.
So I echoed that.
Well, we
and
did that,
that's-
right? We did that during the floods, if everybody remembers.
Yes, yeah, and so
Fire,
I don't know what kind of advice she was getting. We all don't, but that was something she echoed, and she was very vocal about it. Vice Mayor McCurvey, I'd ask you, hold that motion. Let's keep our cards tight for a future meeting. Some of the individuals we met were the council of Huntington Beach. We had a great time with them, and I look forward to working with Mayor Pat Burns of Huntington Beach in the future. With that, another thing that really jumped out at me in the meeting was with the future in ADU improvements and maybe possibly building ADU buildings on new developments, and that counting as low-income housing. I really like that approach in the engineering class that we went through. Do you have any input on that, Mr. Ivanhoe?
That's great. So yes, the city of Porterville actually has been working with developers on ADUs and with the community. And we actually have had some developers that have come through with new developments and has applied for and built ADUs with the home that they are building, they're developing. And so we have some innovative developers here locally that have done that.
Awesome. No, it's an interesting way to work through the low-income housing and meeting the quota the city has to get at. And then I just tell you guys all, we had an opportunity to be able to leave early if we would have did the study session, right? Julia's laughing over there. So also, we missed the opportunity to go to Alexandra Macedo's event. I know some people got to hang out with Trace Gallagher. I'm a little jealous, but congrats to you guys on that. I saw the picture. Pretty cool. From there, we'll move on to Tulare County Association of Governments. I was at that meeting Monday, January 27th at 1 p.m. Councilman Rivas was in attendance and City Manager Ridenhour. Business as normal. Some of the things that portrayed to the city of Porterville is a roundabout at Westwood and 190. The talk of it going to the status of State Transportation Improvements Program and allocations in California Transportation Commission. It was for the $3.5 million. Correct me in saying it did go through. The monies have been allocated, so it'll be going to TCAG and then they'll allocate it to us.
So this is a Caltrans project. So TCAG will work with Caltrans and as well as the city of Porterville coordination on the roundabout. But this is a Caltrans project for District 6.
Gotcha. And then there was also conversation on SB1, the gas tax, and going to a VMT mileage tax, which is vehicle miles traveled. And so they're wanting to, the state of California is wanting to change the way they tax us, not by gas tax. Well, they'd probably keep the gas tax and just add the mileage tax, right? That's the way we roll in the state of California, unfortunately. So also, I was nominated to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District as an alternate. Mayor Patrick Isherwood is not only a mayor, but he's a bus driver. So I have the honor of being on that as an alternate now. So that was fun in that sense. With that, we'll move on to, do you have any input for TCAG, Mr. Ridenhour?
You did a great job.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivas, anything? Okay, we'll move on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council. Is there anyone that would like to come forward at this time? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online, Fernando? All right, we'll move on to other matters. Councilman Beltran.
Thank you, Mayor. Just go back to the beginning of our meeting and just the Employee of the Month. I work with Mrs. Tank with the Link Committee, and just it's always impressive to know each staff member like that in that capacity and all the efforts and hats that they wear on in their daily work. This morning, I was able to attend the badge pinning for 4 officers and the new PD chaplain. So it was great to see these young men step up and serve our community. I believe 2 are from Porterville, and the other 2, are they all, with 3 from, and I know 1 was from like the Arosi area. So it's great to have, again, local. 1 went through Granite Hills Pathways for Criminal, what the term is for their courses. But it's neat just that from the high school at Pathways in criminology and all the way to becoming an officer is really neat to see those programs working locally. Also on that note, some recent incidents with there was a protest over the weekend, and I just want to commend city staff, the police department especially, and all the personnel that were called in to make the area safe, not just the protesters, but the public. And just for all those who are participating in those, just be mindful of the community, be mindful of vehicles, that you still have to abide by the laws, just to keep you're representing Porterville. If you're going to be in our community doing this type of activity, it's your right, and I want you to exercise your right, but please do it legally, and with the public safety in mind. Also with the recent shooting incident, just the training and any materials and training that the council, I'm sure we're on the same page of supporting those efforts, and I'm just glad that those officers are safe and that they'll go through those proper protocols. I'm glad we have a new chaplain who can be there supportive in them, because it's a scary job to do. It's not for everybody, and just in their healing through that process, not just physically, but spiritually as well. And then also there was an unfortunate incident that had nothing to, it wasn't a city bus they were ran into. So again, these just different departments are affected by these types of situations. Just staff out there who do these jobs, on the daily, just thank you for their public service. The recognition for the fire personnel that went down there to LA, hearing about their 24-hour shifts. I do not envy those situations, but I also am aware that not all jurisdictions were able to send personnel, and I just want to commend the chief, the fire chief, in having a robust department, that we had not just equipment but personnel. They were healthy. We didn't have too many out on injury or in other capacities, that our community was able to help another. And so just thank you for leading that department and those efforts. Let's see. Earlier there was some votes. I just want to clarify, I voted absentee for the baseball $2,500 fund. I wasn't against it necessarily. I just, again, being mindful of what different organizations are doing on their part to make themselves sustainable. I know the economy is hurting. This is a luxury to play this type of event. If those parents and guardians want to participate in that stuff, my children participated in stuff, and we all found ways to do that. I'm supportive of the facilities, different things that we do, and invest in all those. And so I just, I guess if there's any other nonprofits, come make your case. And just going back onto one other thing that we voted on, I didn't quite hear a reason why we're giving a $1 increase to department personnel, just because I just didn't understand that reason, and that was a no vote for me on that. Just, I want to leave that to the directors and the finance department to make those decisions. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas.
I have no comment.
Okay, Councilman Green?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, I always enjoy your thoughts and your comments, Councilman Beltran. Yeah, very thoughtful. I echo those sentiments too. You went through them very well. I don't get stuck on the dollar an hour thing. We need to surge against the homeless and the weeds. That's what that's about. And I'm pushing hard to get the synergy with those teams together as one. In my experience, that's something that we could do easily and something we should push through to do. And it's not about money. It's about getting something done for making sure that we're protecting our city from fire and making sure that we're continue to push and make progress on what we've already improved on with the homeless encampments. And, we're going to build some capacity here, and we may even be able to go out in some areas that we're not in now. And when we get a chance to go in and look at the ordinance and tighten it up, we'll take advantage of that improvement that we're going to make. So that's what that's about. It isn't about the money. It's about capacity. I think they do a terrific job, and I think that we can do even more, and I think that that change will actually help them to do that. That's why I was pushing that through. Great comments tonight. Another long meeting, but I'm really thinking we're getting a lot of stuff done. We've got a lot done in a short amount of time, and I really appreciate everybody being here and supportive and going through the details. They say the devil's in the details, so it's important that we go through this together and get it right. We don't want to end up where we have to pull out of an organization like TCRTA or something, that, and maybe we beat that to death, Mike. But what they call that in the military, that's overkill. But we're just trying to protect the interests of the water, and I think that we're just trying to make sure we don't get into something later on, and maybe we did that to death. I heard tonight a couple of things about churches. And there's been some discussions on this. So I actually would like to finish my comments with two motions. And one of the motions that I want to make is about the car washes, and the other motion I want to make is about the comments that were made tonight about how the churches are what seems to be some extra charges in the churches since the rate increases. So I would like to make a couple of motions. And the first motion I'd like to make is I'd like to motion that we put on the agenda and a future item to discuss or review exempting our nonprofits and our churches that have EIN numbers that are operating in good standing from our car wash permissions and our watering days, so that we can streamline that process. That's a simple regulation. I'd like to make that motion. And I'll stop there and see if you guys want to discuss or second on that.
Vice Mayor, you make a motion, and then, so his motion, just for clarification, is that he wants to look at the ordinance for charitable car washes and look at language for exempting.
It'll be actually, I think it's our conservation regulations? Yeah, so we can look at that. And see what changes can be made there, but we can bring it back for the item. Yeah.
Okay. I would second that motion. Is there any other comments? Okay, call for the vote. Passes 5-0. I should have brought some clarification on time frame. I know the agenda is getting packed. Yeah. How soon are you wanting to do this, Vice Mayor?
Well, you know me.
Tomorrow?
It's still cold. Maybe we have
We have time. There's nothing urgent about that. I think that it's important that we get these things done. We don't want to overwhelm anybody, so in due time, I would say.
I think your second motion is something more of a priority if you want to go in. So we've given direction. It's not a super priority, but in the future council meeting, if we could bring that forward. Okay, now you have a second motion?
I have a second motion, and this one is, for me, very important, and I think that we might find something here to actually work on that will help our churches. I think I want to make a motion that we go and look at the rate increases that we made last year for sewer, because it looks like, and some churches have approached me, and it came up in council tonight in chambers, they're saying that they're spending more than $5,000 to $10,000 a year increase in fees since that rate increase went in on the sewer side. And the way I understand it is it might be related to the calculation of what's used for outflow, because if you have a church that has like a large area that they water, like a grassy area, and they're only operating once a week, but they're using a lot of water or a significant amount of water, and that's extrapolated to the out for the sewage, that's resulting in these churches that approach me and having an exceptional bill, and two of them have, and one was said tonight that two of them are barely making it financially, and that's really putting a burden on them. So I'd like to review that for our churches, because there seems to be something that's happening there after the fact.
Since we're set items here, this is the only thing we can really make motions on, we're setting an agenda item.
An agenda item to
consideration of
review that,
Okay.
yes.
Got it, just wanted to clarify, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for keeping me on track. But, yeah, it's a serious issue, and it came up again here, and I've had some others approach me that, they've spent a significant amount of money. We need to take a look at that and make sure, like an after-action review, that there's something that we, see if there's something there that we can do something with.
Just for clarification with staff, Mr. Knight, is there anything that you'd like to put on the input with that? I know you gave Mr. Flowers the...
I assume this conversation was coming, so Vice Mayor has shared that this discussion has come up with members of the community, and I know the relationship with Mr. Flowers, so I figured that was where the conversation came from, and that's kind of how it got spiked tonight to have that discussion. It would be great to have the opportunity to look into it, to provide some of that information, but to, on the moment, to research every church in town and then provide you a staff report. Maybe just some consideration on the time for that to come back for council's review, or how would you want to direct me?
No,
to get that
I think that's
information
the
to you?
right way with
I think it's the right way. I mean, they've endured this for over a year. I would just caution that, we have a couple of churches that are financially strapped. And so it's really important to them. It may not be as important to this body, but it's really important to them. And so I think there's a priority here.
And I'm happy to, and I'm not for sure exactly where the motion is going and what council's direction for me is moving forward to bring this back, but happy to commit to looking into church accounts, evaluating what their consumption is, evaluating the characteristics of the makeup of these facilities. I already have staff actually working on some of that already. And then I can bring it back, I can report it out, I can provide it to you in detail, however council would like to provide that direction.
No, I'm going to second this motion. I know we had this conversation where the churches are getting charged for water consumption on their sewage and not necessarily what they're using for sewage. And so it is something, but there's a fix. And I know that the city did we notify the churches of the fix?
It's been ongoing communication for several years, so.
So that's what we're going to have to evaluate with that.
And I'm happy to be able to provide my contact information, because if this is a large issue in the community, I've never heard about it. Nobody's called me as far as we've had businesses ask about it. So from a church standpoint, I'm happy to look into it to help work it to resolution.
Okay. So there's a first and a second. Do we need any clarification?
So is it to bring a report back or set a future item for the agenda? Bring a report on an agenda, or do you want to do an actual item?
I think a report, right? Or what do you?
I would, what would get quicker action?
Well,
I don't want to talk about it
If it's a
anymore.
report only, then it wouldn't necessarily give you the ability to take action, but it may just be a matter of, it may be fixable administratively, I think is what Mike is alluding to, right? We don't know, though, until we look at it. So, I mean, why don't we do this? It's just, we can set a future item to bring a report back, and then if you need to take action accordingly, we can.
What's that time frame look like?
I don't
How
know.
long do you need, Mr. Knight?
I would say probably the second meeting of March.
Okay. So there's a motion, a second with the clarification.
Yeah, and if some, I mean, I don't know if the date needs to be in the motion, but if I'm finding something and I need to convey that, I can always ask for clarification on the date. I don't know. I would say to go through it, I probably need the second meeting in March to be able to get a good look at it.
Okay.
And if I get it sooner, I'd be happy to expedite that.
Fair enough. Okay, we have a first and a second. Any other comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, I'm assuming you're done, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to talk through that. Those church issues are very important to me. I appreciate that.
Yes, and thank you for bringing them to our attention. All right, what a great night. I know it's long, everybody's ready to go home, and you're tired of listening to us talk, so I get it. Firefighters, great having them here. The new hires for the fire department, I wasn't able to make the ceremony, but glad to have them on. To our police department, great job with the protest. And, you know, still allowing people to exercise their First Amendment right. I think that is the key, but we are a lawful city, right, a lawful society, and you guys address that in the right way. I also want to commend the police department, Parks and Leisure, Public Works, the administration, the city here, you guys, what you have done with the homeless and the transient population and enforcing the laws in our city in the last month, 2 months is spectacular, to say the least. You guys have done an amazing job, and it's a big turnaround. And I ask, please don't stop. Keep delivering. The people will love you for it. I'm excited for the future committees, the Heritage, the Downtown, and the Charter Review. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can't do to bring some change. Change isn't always a bad thing, right? So it's good to have some insight and look at things we could do more efficient and bring new ideas to the city. As far as the donation to the softball league and the Little League, you know, the enforcement of our laws, the fixing of our roads, the advertisement on social media, pushing these agendas, what I'm really trying to do is get out in the community's face so that they could see what this staff is doing from the top to the bottom, and really trying to bring that to the people so that we kill some of the bad talk that is on the city, that we may be people that don't do anything, right? And there's a lot of people that support us as well, but ultimately, I want to show the job that you guys are doing for our community, and I greatly appreciate all of you for that. With that, I'll hand it off to our city manager, Mr. Ridenhour.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few items for tonight. I really just want to commend the police department, chief, assistant chief, and their staff. Did an amazing job this weekend. You know, I got one of the worst calls that I ever want to get as a city manager, but I had trust in the team. They did a great job, kept me apprised of the situation that occurred Friday night into Saturday early morning. And so I'm very happy that our staff is safe, but it just goes to show what our staff encounter out there on the streets. So very thankful to the training and to the city council for continuing to fund the police department in all their gear. So thank you for that. Also for their actions on Sunday with the protest. Utmost faith in our police department and how they handled that. It was really great. Also, I'd be remiss if didn't mention Kings County. They had a fire captain that passed away, and so I want to thank Chief Cogburn and his team providing assistance to Kings County Fire, and so we'll be assisting them and covering shifts. This is one way that we can give back to our region. They all were there and supported us, and so it's our time to step up and support them. So
I love that.
thank you to our team.
That's really great. We got one more minute. Julia, you got anything?
No. Thank you.
Mr. Knight? All right. Porterville's finest, you guys got the hardest job in society. Great job. With